Chapter 1359. Dongwu Shui-ing and the other cultivators felt their hearts tightening. High-graded chaotic origin lifeforms. That was a true chaotic origin expert. Cultivators who cultivated on the path of bloodline would become a high-graded chaotic origin lifeform. Even though they were suppressed and punished, they still felt suppressed despite the strand of strength they had left behind. It was like a huge dragon bound by shackles looking down on some ants. The tall and big male stepped on the void. His voice boomed across the world. "White-robed brat, your soul technique is quite formidable. I have been imprisoned in this world, yet who would have thought that I would meet a cultivator like you here? If I could kill you, it would be a huge harvest too." The moment he finished speaking, his figure abruptly disappeared. But the shackles and shackles could still be seen clearly. The shackles and shackles had golden inscriptions revolving on them. The shackles even extended into the void. Even though his strength has been suppressed to an extremely low level, his execution of techniques far surpasses ours. Dongwu Shui-ing understood this point. It is hard to see him even when he is concealed. Fortunately, the shackles and shackles have exposed him. The shackles and shackles could only expose the whereabouts of the other party. At this moment, how did that tall and big male attack? What kind of weapon did he use? None of them knew. If a sword pierced over, they would most likely not know. Protect Monarch Feishua well. Taoist Hidden Horizons solemnly transmitted. Do your best to protect Monarch Feishua. If Monarch Feishua dies, all of us will undoubtedly die. The cultivators did not dare to be negligent. Taoist Hidden Horizon even released his black-white domain. One could see layers of black-white ribbons revolving around him, protecting Dongwu Shui-ing. Under the cover of those black-white ribbons, that tall and big male who was originally concealed was revealed. Suppression again? The tall and big male frowned as he glanced at Taoist Hidden Horizon. Taoist Hidden Horizon cultivated his bloodline. His strength had reached the level of the apex experts in Scarlet Cloud City. This domain technique of his was not that easy to break. He could only resist against it with his body. If his strength was at its peak, he would naturally not care about this suppression. But now that he was enduring an immense suppression, this layer of domain had reduced the strength of that tall and big male. My mirage and illusory realm also has a weakness. Dongwu Shui-ing thought, facing such a high-graded chaotic origin life form, the level of his soul is simply too high. My mirage and illusory realm can't affect him at all. Even if he was suppressed by the punishment, the essence of his soul would not change. The mirage and illusory realm was like a breeze to a chaotic origin prisoner. It did not affect his strength at all. On the contrary, Brother Hidden Horizon's domain is still useful. Dongwu Shui-ing muttered to himself. But he had forgotten. His mirage and illusory realm domain had contributed greatly in dealing against the chaotic origin prisoner. Because every chaotic origin prisoner gave the cultivators the biggest headache because they would have a large number of protectors. Like now, there were 1,200 God Emperor Grand Perfection hidden devil hunters. If they could unleash their full strength, they would pose a much harder threat than the chaotic origin prisoner. Under Dongwu Shui-ing's soul technique, the hidden devil hunters were greatly weakened. Only God Emperor had the strength of a late-stage God Emperor. One had to know that when Dongwu Shui-ing and the other cultivators worked together, they could fight equally against 200 God Emperor Grand Perfection hidden devil hunters. Even though there were 1,200 of them now, their strength had been greatly reduced. Dongwu Shui-ing and the others held the absolute advantage. The hidden devil hunters could only fight against the chaotic origin prisoners by relying on their powerful life force. Die. The tall and big male was suppressed by the black-white domain. He softly said. Following that, his speed abruptly increased. Hua! He turned into a blurred black light. His speed was frightening as he charged towards Dongwu Shui-ing. Protect Monarch Feishua? A metallic giant immediately rushed out. He wanted to block that black light. The black light flashed. It was incredibly agile. It bypassed that metallic giant and continued charging towards Dongwu Shui-ing. Hong! Dongwu Shui-ing's body grew to a height of 10 meters. His entire body was circulating with a faint gray light. His aura became violent and chaotic. With a spin of the spear in his hand, layers of space filled the surroundings. However, the black light did not avoid Dongbo Shuiying. After all, its target was Dongbo Shuiying. The black light forcefully penetrated through the layers of space before clashing with the spear. The black light was sent flying backwards. After that, it distorted and transformed back into that tall and big male. Dongbo Shuiying's body remained standing at his original position. He could feel traces of incomparably sharp energy entering his body through the spear, wreaking havoc within his body. Fortunately, with the protection of his weapon, his body was able to withstand the remaining energy. AI. The tall and big male sighed, "I can't even kill a little fellow. What a joke, what a joke." Dongbo Shuiying's expression changed. He had erupted with the strength of a peak expert of Scarlet Cloud City. Furthermore, he had the help of a peak expert like Taoist Hidden Horizon to suppress him with his domain. Yet, he did not have any advantage at all. The tall and big male looked at Dongbo Shuiying. Suddenly, the edge of his lips curled into a grin. "It seems you haven't reached the half-chaotic origin life form body level? It seems your body isn't stable. I can feel your life force weakening continuously. Protect Monarch Feishue properly." Taoist Hidden Horizon passed down an order. Act according to the first plan to deal with the chaotic origin prisoner. Work together and fight against the chaotic origin prisoner. All right. Some of the cultivators originally under Taoist Hidden Horizon were dissatisfied with Taoist Hidden Horizon abandoning them previously. But now that they were protecting Dongbo Shuiying, they still obeyed his orders. At that moment, a total of 8 cultivators charged towards that tall and big male. Even though they were all ordinary Grand Perfection God Emperor Realm experts, they could still delay the other party for a while by executing their combined technique. "Monarch Feishue, as long as you promise me, the grudge between us will end here. You must not take revenge on me, and I'll do my best to deal against that chaotic origin prisoner." Xie Fan transmitted to Dongbo Shuiying. Dongbo Shuiying looked at Xie Fan. "I'm afraid." Xie Fan transmitted back with a strange chuckle, "Previously, I've schemed against you. If you schemed against me too, I'm afraid I might not be able to return to Scarlet Cloud City alive. You are too vigilant. Even if I schemed against you, I might not succeed." Dongbo Shuiying transmitted back. Even if he schemed against Xie Fan, he would at most not lend a helping hand. This was also an unwritten rule within the team. For instance, Xie Fan had done this previously, watching coldly by the side, allowing Dongbo Shuiying to fall into a desperate situation. But even if he did so, the chances of Xie Fan dying was very low. Because Xie Fan was very strong. Xie Fan's fleshy body was terrifyingly strong. He was quite amazing even amongst the apex experts in Scarlet Cloud City. Even if 20 God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin life forms attacked Xie Fan alone, he could still escape. Xie Fan would definitely mix within the team and maintain a close distance with the others. It would be hard to create a desperate situation for him. Just like when Dongbo Shuiying revealed that he could maintain his strength as an apex expert for a short period, Xie Fan immediately gave up on scheming against him. I have no choice but to be vigilant. If Monarch Feishue uses the reason of not being able to resist against the chaotic origin prisoner and asks us to escape by ourselves, wouldn't I die? Then he took the rest of the team and fled, leaving me behind on purpose. Am I not doomed? Xie Fan transmitted his voice. Dongbo Shuiying was speechless. Bring the others and escape? Leaving you alone to die? Dongbo Shuiying transmitted back, "You are underestimating me too much. It could still be explained if the team split into several teams and escaped. Take everyone else and escape, leaving only Xie Fan behind? That was simply forcing him to die. That was too despicable." Xie Fan himself was despicable, but he was also wary of Dongbo Shuiying. "I know Monarch Feishue would never do such a thing. As long as Monarch Feishue agrees to it, the grudge between the two of us will end. I'll immediately help you. It seems this chaotic origin prisoner has set his eyes on you, Monarch Feishue. Even if you want to escape, he will most likely continue chasing after you. Furthermore, You can't maintain your current body for too long. If I were to help you, things would be different. Only I can fight against him directly. Xie Fan transmitted back. Hand over another 3 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin Lifeforms, and the grudge between the two of us will end. Dongwu Shui Ying transmitted back. Even though Xie Fan felt his heart aching, he still revealed a smile. All right. Monarch Fei Shue, if you had revealed your strength earlier, would there still be a grudge between the two of us? From today onwards, you and I are brothers. Dongwu Shui Ying's face twitched. Brothers? Xie Fan waved his hand and threw a storage treasure to Dongwu Shui Ying. There are 3 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin Life Form corpses inside. I'll give them to you first. At the moment he threw it out, Xie Fan suddenly recalled, in the past, he had once threatened Dongwu Shui Ying, wanting to exchange 3 Void Lineage God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin Lifeform corpses for that Flame Lineage Chaotic Origin Lifeform corpse. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? No matter what, this time, I've lowered my head and handed over the treasures. At least I have one less enemy. Xie Fan thought. He dared to bully the weak. Towards those who could threaten his life, his attitude was extremely good. He was adaptable. He had never cared about his reputation. In reality, the conversation between the two happened very quickly. It was merely an instant. Chaotic Origin Prisoner, die for me. Xie Fan shouted out. With a so, he turned into a stream of light and charged towards that tall and big male. Dongwu Shui Ying held onto the storage treasure that Xie Fan threw over. He sighed inwardly. This Xie Fan had thrown over 3 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin Lifeform corpses the moment he came to an agreement. Clearly, the matter had been settled. Dongwu Shui Ying looked at the battle happening in the distance. Whatever. It isn't easy to scheme against Xie Fan during this journey back. This time, I can't kill him. Otherwise, given how cautious he is, he would definitely not give me another chance after returning to the city. Making him lose 3 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin Lifeform corpses is enough to make him feel heartache. ***. Chapter 1360. Taoist Hidden Horizons Black-White Domain suppressed that chaotic origin prisoner, tall and big males from afar. Of those present, only Taoist Hidden Horizons domain could be used. The other cultivators had techniques that could be ignored against the chaotic origin prisoner. The 8 cultivators unleashed their combined techniques to entangle the other party. But the tall and big male could not adapt to it at the start. Just a few moves later, he had escaped from the entanglement of the 8 cultivators. These 8 cultivators could protect themselves. But it was not enough to entangle this chaotic origin prisoner. Chaotic origin prisoner, die for me. Xie Fan was incredibly berserk. At the same time, 5 other cultivators and Xie Fan charged towards that tall and big male. Xie Fan's aura completely erupted. The surrounding time-space around him distorted. Under the terrifying domain, even that tall and big male could not help but feel the gravitational pull. Kill. The 5 cultivators that acted together with Xie Fan were originally subordinates of Xie Fan. At this moment, the 5 of them had fused together with Xie Fan's domain. They were like 5 stars revolving around Xie Fan. Wave after wave of attacks landed on the body of that tall and big male. Die for me. Xie Fan was incomparably fierce. His valiant hands grabbed out. Even Dongwu Shui Ying felt that he could not dodge it. Xie Fan was ultimately a Dao cultivator that had a half-chaotic origin life-form body. His techniques were naturally profound. AI. The tall and big male lightly sighed. The black-white domain and this gravity domain were both affecting him. He could not escape from this short and small old man for a moment. Peng peng peng. The tall and big male and short old man Xie Fan began fighting. In terms of close combat, even though Xie Fan's techniques were much more profound than Dongwu Shui Ying's, the tall and big male was more brilliant. Occasionally, 2 to 3 out of 10 techniques would land on the body of Xie Fan. But Xie Fan would simply chuckle strangely as he easily withstood the attacks. This is a chaotic origin prisoner? High-graded chaotic origin life form? Just these few techniques? How disappointing. The crimson eyes of that tall and big male were filled with a strand of fury. But he had no choice. The shackles and shackles suppressed him, causing his strength to be incredibly low. The black-white domain, gravity domain, and the combined techniques of the surrounding cultivators made him feel even more uncomfortable. Even though he could barely injure Xiefan with his current strength, the recovery speed of Xiefan's life force allowed him to ignore these light injuries. Looks like they can handle it. Dongwu Shuiying had also returned to his original size. He had no choice. Previously, he had relied on the chaotic origin crystal jades to recover his vitality from 20% to 30%. In just a few breaths of time, his vitality had fallen back to 20%. Other than those who were attacking the chaotic origin prisoner, more than 30 other cultivators were also dealing with the surrounding hidden devil hunters. This was still very easy for the cultivators, and they even had the upper hand. The tall man's shackles and chains suddenly glowed with a golden light, causing the tall man to involuntarily let out a cry of pain. Even the battle had stopped for a moment. At this moment, Xiefan's palm fiercely pierced the tall man's chest, piercing through his robe and into the flesh of the tall man's chest. However, even though his robe was torn, countless mysterious golden patterns could be seen moving on the tall man's skin. These golden runes seemed to have been branded, causing the tall man's skin and muscles to wither. There were even many wounds on his body. Golden runes could be seen circulating on his bones, and there were also many cracks on his bones. The branded skin, the countless crisscrossing wounds, the withering muscles inside, the countless cracks in the bones, the body of this tall and big man seemed as if it could collapse at any moment. It was precisely this terrifying torture that made a powerful high-graded chaotic origin lifeform fight for so long with some brats who had yet to jump out of the cage. Even if these brats who had yet to jump out of the cage had mostly reached the half-chaotic origin lifeform body level, it was still a joke to a high-graded chaotic origin lifeform. He is here again. The tall and big man angrily roared. The torture and suppression was constantly being maintained, and it would occasionally erupt. Every time it erupted, it would cause him unbearable pain. Pu piu piu. The cultivators responsible for coordinating their attacks also tore apart his robe and bombarded the body of the tall and big man, causing his originally weak body to suffer even more injuries. Even though he was weak, when Xiefan and the other cultivators attacked with all their might, they could only injure the tall and big man slightly. Retreat! The tall and big man abruptly roared. Hong! He no longer continued fighting. Instead, he turned into a black light and flew towards the distance. The black light even arced through the air in a ghostly arc, trying his best to avoid Xiefan and the others. Please, don't let him escape! Xiefan roared. Even though he was pursuing with all his might, the chaotic origin prisoner tall and big male used all his techniques and risked getting injured to force his way out of the encirclement. The moment he left the encirclement, given the frightening speed of the chaotic origin prisoner, he naturally fled far away. The chaotic origin prisoner tall and big male was too lazy to care about the group of hidden devil hunters under him. Even if he lost some of them, it did not matter to the chaotic origin prisoner. Stop them. Trap them. Don't let them escape. These are God Emperor Grand Perfection hidden devil hunters. Stopping one counts. The moment the hidden devil hunters received the orders from the chaotic origin prisoner tall and big male, they immediately began fleeing. Because there were 1,200 of them. That was too many. Dongwu Shuiying and the others could not stop them even if they wanted to. They could only watch as these hidden devil hunters escaped. They could barely stop 19 hidden devil hunters. No choice. It was easy to defeat them. It was hard to trap them completely. There are 19 of them. The cultivators were in great joy. Fellow cultivators, let's hurry up and attack. Dongwu Shuiying urged them. He continued unleashing his mirage and illusory realm. He stood by the side and no longer participated in the battle. Because unleashing his mirage and illusory realm was already the greatest contribution he could make. The other cultivators immediately rushed to surround and attack them. Under the situation where they couldn't escape, Taoist Hidden Horizon, Xiefan, and the other cultivators also attacked them. One after another, the hidden devil hunters died one after another. These 19 God Emperor Grand Perfection hidden devil hunters became the spoils of war for Dongbo Shui Ying and the others. 19 God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin lifeforms. We could obtain so many in a single battle. I didn't even dare to think about it previously. Only the team established by City Master and the others could achieve this. What level is the team established by City Master and the others? They have quite a few apex experts. Their overall strength is much stronger. The reason why our team could achieve this is because of Monarch Feishue. Right, there is Monarch Feishue. God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin lifeforms can only unleash the strength of a late-stage God Emperor. The cultivators were both excited, because these gifts would be distributed by everyone in the future. Even though the Scarlet Cloud Hall Treasure Spirit would distribute the gifts according to the contribution of the members, Monarch Feishue would definitely get a huge share. But because the rewards were too huge, even if they got a small share, it would still be more than 10 times what they usually got when they joined other hunting teams. Fellow cultivators, let's hurry up and leave. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Dongbo Shui Ying chuckled. Go, let's set off. Hurry up and set off. The team was in a good mood as they began their journey back. The journey back to Scarlet Cloud City was much easier. After all, they could even win against the 1,200 God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin lifeforms led by the chaotic origin prisoner. As long as they were careful on the journey back, it would be much easier. They were even looking forward to encountering some small ambushes because every wave of ambushes would easily kill 8 to 10 God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin lifeforms. There are too many of them. In the entire Scarlet Cloud City, this Monarch Feishue should be the #1 expert in killing God Emperor chaotic origin lifeforms. Xie Fan could not help but be startled. In terms of fighting one-on-one with the chaotic origin prisoner, there were at least 10 experts stronger than Monarch Feishue. But in terms of group attacks, especially against God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin lifeforms, Dongbo Shui Ying's Mirage and Illusory Realm was clearly heaven-defying. We are back. We are finally back at Scarlet Cloud City. I am slightly reluctant to return. I wish to kill more chaotic origin lifeforms along the way so that I can accumulate more food. These cultivators looked at the distant Scarlet Cloud City. They were both happy and reluctant at the same time, because their harvest this time was too huge. They were even looking at Dongbo Shui Ying with blazing eyes. How much they desired to join the team established by Dongbo Shui Ying. Chapter 1361. They are here. The two experts who were responsible for guarding the city walls saw a team of cultivators appearing from nothingness. They could not help but feel their spirits jolt. It is the team led by Taoist Hidden Horizon and Monarch Feishue. The hearts of these two experts slightly sped up. Currently, the entire Scarlet Cloud City was in an uproar. From the 3 city masters to the weakest cultivators who had the strength of a late-stage God Emperor, they were all talking about a name, Monarch Feishue. Monarch Feishue's technique was the Scarlet Cloud City. No, more accurately speaking, there had never been anyone in the history of the sacred world who could single-handedly reduce the strength of 1,200 Grand Perfection God Emperor chaotic origin lifeforms to the strength of a late-stage God Emperor. This technique was simply unfathomable. In front of this Monarch Feishue, the most terrifying numerical advantage of the chaotic origin lifeforms had been erased. Monarch Feishue, let us directly head to the Scarlet Cloud Halls. Right now, there are too many cultivators in the city who wish to meet Monarch Feishue. It is better for us to head to the Scarlet Cloud Hall and divide the corpses of those chaotic origin lifeforms. The team roared as they charged towards the walls of Scarlet Cloud City. The group of cultivators clustered around Dongbo Shui Ying. Dongbo Shui Ying had become the undisputed leader of the team. Even Taoist Hidden Horizon and Xie Fan were sighing in their hearts. It was simply too easy to obtain food when they were together with Dongbo Shui Ying. Wait a moment. Dongbo Shui Ying swept his gaze across. He saw the two experts responsible for guarding the city walls and immediately said. Following that, he immediately charged over and landed on top of that city wall. He landed, and the cultivators immediately followed him onto the city wall. Monarch Feishue. The two experts responsible for guarding the city greeted. They were much more polite and humble. Brother Junqian, Brother Fu Shan, why are you treating me as an outsider? Just call me Brother Feishue. Dongwu Shui Ying smiled. When I first arrived at Scarlet Cloud City, I was surrounded by a large group of shadow death gods. It was because of the two of you that God Eagle Snake and the others went to save me. These two experts were Jun Qian and Fu Shan. When Jun Qian and Fu Shan saw how courteous Shui Ying was, they immediately revealed a grin. They felt much more proud because they were clear that Shui Ying's current status was not any lower than that of the three city masters. With Brother Feishue's strength, even without reinforcements, he should be able to easily fend off those shadow reapers, Fu Shan said with a smile. Jun Qian grinned. The few of us have heard that Brother Feishue has easily reduced the strength of 1,200 God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin lifeforms. This technique has left us dumbstruck. Dongwu Shui Ying smiled. Everyone in the team had a communication treasure, and the method he used was too terrifying. The cultivators in the team would naturally transmit the news back to the entire Scarlet Cloud City. I'll be leaving first. I still have to visit the Scarlet Cloud Hall. Dongwu Shui Ying said, when the two of you are done guarding, you must come over to my cavern dwelling. Definitely, definitely. Jun Qian and Fu Shan acknowledged. They were willing to take on the role of guarding in exchange for food precisely because it was extremely risky for them to go out and hunt. If they could get closer to Dongwu Shui Ying, it would be easy for Dongwu Shui Ying to recruit the two of them into his team. Everyone knew how frightening the harvest of a team formed by Monarch Feishue would be when they went out to hunt. Even if they only got a tiny portion of it, it would still be a frightening amount. Dongwu Shui Ying immediately arced through the sky. Following that, the other cultivators followed suit. They flew directly towards the Scarlet Cloud Hall. Many of them revealed looks of anticipation. Every time they hunted, the Scarlet Cloud Hall food distribution would be what they looked forward to the most. And this time, it was even more so because they hunted a total of 82 God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin lifeforms. As Dongwu Shui Ying and his team returned, many cultivators in the entire Scarlet Cloud City received the news. Within the cavern dwelling of Vice City Master Wu Xiao, within the underground palace. Who, suck? A humanoid life form that was 3,000 meters long was currently lying within the palace hall. He was snoring loudly. His entire body was silvery white and was emitting a faint white light. Every single pore on his body was a deep void tunnel with many machines flying out and revolving around him. There were also many machines flying into his body through his pores. A single strand of his hair could be magnified by 1 trillion times. In reality, a single strand of hair contained an enormous cosmos. Within that cosmos, there were many battleships and mechas battling across the cosmos. Suddenly, he stopped breathing. The machines that were originally revolving around his body immediately flew into his body through his pores. He directly sat up and touched his head. He is back. Wu Xiao softly muttered. In the entire Scarlet Cloud City and even the entire sacred world, Wu Xiao had the greatest origin. His old ancestor was one of the most terrifying overlords amongst the chaotic origin experts that had jumped out of the cage. And he, Wu Xiao, was the strongest descendant of that old ancestor. He was also the closest to jumping out of the cage and becoming a chaotic origin expert. It was similarly difficult for the bloodline descendants of overlords to become a chaotic origin expert. With a terrifying bloodline and his own hard work, Wu Xiao was naturally powerful. If one said that Xie Fan was the one with the heaviest body in Scarlet Cloud City, that Wu Xiao had the strongest body in Scarlet Cloud City and was also the strongest in terms of strength. He was even the one who specialized in scouting. Just by relying on his bloodline, he could fight against the other two city masters, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor and Weatherleaf. Small, Wu Xiao softly said. At that moment, his body began shrinking rapidly. It felt as if every part of his body was being compressed. Terrifying ripples were formed on the surface of his skin. Wu Zhao's body was just like a terrifyingly huge celestial body. To him, shrinking his body would cause many changes within his body. The others in this Scarlet Cloud City can easily maintain an ordinary height, yet I have to suppress myself. Wu Xiao felt helpless. His bloodline was very unique. After cultivating, his body would become incredibly huge. His old ancestor's body was so huge that it was just slightly smaller than an origin world. Even though he was far from his old ancestor, he was still much bigger without being suppressed in the outside world. In this sacred world, he was suppressed. Hence, he had to maintain his height of 3,000 meters. That was considered an ordinary height. If he continued suppressing himself, it would cause many changes within his body. But he had no other choice. The cavern dwellings in Scarlet Cloud City were all standardized. Many halls were only 1,000 meters tall. If he did not shrink himself, he could not even enter the hall of the cavern dwelling. Furthermore, when he conversed with other cultivators, he could not possibly maintain his height of 3,000 meters and converse with other cultivators of ordinary height, right? I have never heard of that monarch Feishue who has such a terrifying technique. I have to go and meet him. Wu Xiao left the underground hall. A fragrance pervaded the air. A handsome bald young man sat cross-legged on the grass. This bald young man had a warm smile on his face. His eyes were filled with benevolence. He was none other than Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor. He was one of the 3 strongest experts in Scarlet Cloud City. Wu Xiao had a huge origin, and Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor had unquestionably grown up step by step from the weakest mortal world. He had experienced many tribulations and setbacks, reaching an unfathomable stage on the Tao of witchcraft. One had to know that other cultivation paths were usually weaker than Tao cultivators. Tao cultivators grasped the essence of the laws. Even the half-chaotic origin life-form body was created by themselves. Most cultivators could fight against those of a higher realm. There was no need to talk about Wu Xiao being an exception. But Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor could actually defeat ordinary, half-chaotic origin life-form body Tao cultivators on the Tao of witchcraft. Not only could Tao cultivators not fight against those of a higher realm, they could not even defeat Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor's strength was comparable to Weatherleaf. Weatherleaf was a terrifying Tao cultivator who cultivated 2 Taos to the half-chaotic origin level. But Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor could fight against Weatherleaf. One could see how outstanding Jiu-Shi Snake Ancestor was as he climbed step by step from a mortal to where he was today. His outstanding talent had even attracted the attention of several chaotic origin experts. In the previous chaotic origin chaotic corridor, at least I was unparalleled in that corridor. But after coming to this legendary survival world, Wu Xiao could still be said to have the help of a chaotic origin expert. But Weatherleaf is the same as me. He has climbed up step by step from a mortal, and his strength isn't any weaker than mine. That gentle eyes of Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor were filled with expectations, and now, this monarch Feishue has at least surpassed me in terms of dealing against a large number of chaotic origin lifeforms. What is that technique of his? Is it some kind of domain? Or is it a soul technique? At this moment, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor was truly curious about Dongbu Shuiying. He stood up and left the underground palace. I've heard that he is a Tao cultivator too? Weatherleaf, who was the only cultivator in the entire sacred world who had reached the half-chaotic origin level in 2 Taos, directly transmitted a message to Dongbu Shuiying through his communication treasure. Chapter 1362. Within the Scarlet Cloud Hall, Dongbu Shuiying and a total of 47 cultivators were gathered here, and many scenes were currently displayed in midair within the hall. Those were the scenes of all battles they had experienced during the hunt this time. Clearly, the Scarlet Cloud Hall spirit could easily observe the battle scenes that happened in the sacred world. According to the contribution of every cultivator, the Scarlet Cloud Hall spirit would distribute the spoils of war. Monarch Feishue can get 50% of the spoils of war. Taoist Hidden Horizon can get 5% of the spoils of war. Devil God Xie Fan can get 4% of the spoils of war, The voice of the spirit reverberated within the Scarlet Cloud Hall. Everyone was convinced that Dongwu Shuiying could get half of the spoils of war. In reality, this was still too little. It was normal for Dongwu Shuiying to get 80% or even 90% of the spoils of war. The reason why the Scarlet Cloud Hall spirit only gave 50% to Dongwu Shuiying was because according to the rules of the Scarlet Cloud Hall, even if the cultivator contributed more, he would at most get half. This was how the Scarlet Cloud Hall spirit distributed the spoils of war. What if they felt it was unfair? The cultivators could decide on how to distribute the spoils of war. As long as everyone agreed to it, it would be fine. For instance, the next time Dongwu Shuiying formed a team, he would publicly announce that he would take 80% of the spoils of war. The remaining 20% would be distributed among the other cultivators. Since everyone agreed to it, it would naturally be carried out. In reality, if Dongwu Shuiying formed a team, much less 80%, he would even take 90% of the spoils of war. There would most likely be a group of cultivators who would join him. Brother Feishue, I am truly admirable. During this hunt, Brother Feishue did not reveal his strength at all. It was only during the return journey that Brother Feishue revealed his techniques. Even so, Brother Feishue could easily obtain 53 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin lifeforms. Taoist Hidden Horizon stood by the side and said with admiration, "The main spoils of war this time were the 82 Grand Perfection God Emperor Chaotic Origin lifeforms. But these Chaotic Origin lifeforms were divided into different levels too. For instance, a Mount Primal Chaos Serpent was equivalent to 3 Grand Perfection God Emperor Hidden Devil Hunters. Another example was the White Stone God. One of them was equivalent to 2 Hidden Devil Hunters of the same level. Because the value was different, 82 Grand Perfection God Emperor Chaotic Origin lifeforms in addition to some late-stage and middle-stage God Emperor Chaotic Origin lifeforms he killed and the food left behind by the 4 fallen cultivators, adding up to 106 ordinary Grand Perfection God Emperor Chaotic Origin lifeforms. Dongwu Shuiying took half of it. This is what we agreed on. I owe you." Taoist Hidden Horizon threw over a storage treasure. Dongwu Shuiying received it. Checking through it, he saw a Grand Perfection God Emperor Hidden Devil Hunter within. This time, for the sake of obtaining the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent, I originally thought I would have to take out some of my accumulated food to compensate the cultivators. Taoist Hidden Horizon sighed, who would have thought that not only did I not have to compensate them, I even obtained some extra. He received 5% of the spoils of war. That was slightly more than 5 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin lifeforms. Excluding the Mount Primal Chaos Serpent, he could still get more. So many. Dongwu Shuiying checked through his harvest. He obtained 53 Chaotic Origin lifeforms. Taoist Hidden Horizon gave him 1 and Xie Fan gave him 3 as compensation. That meant a total of 57 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin lifeforms. Such a harvest, other than Dongwu Shuiying, no other cultivator could easily obtain so many. Even though the 3 city masters are strong, there is a limit to how strong they are compared to apex experts. Dongwu Shuiying thought, their ability to obtain spoils of war is only a few times stronger than Taoist Hidden Horizon and the others. They were a few times stronger. But their ability to obtain food was much higher. That was because Weather Leaf, 9-headed Snake Ancestor, and Wu Xiao all had heaven-defying techniques in certain aspects. Ignoring direct combat strength, I should be number 1 in Scarlet Cloud City in terms of obtaining food. I might even be number 1 in the Sacred World. Dongwu Shuiying thought. Dongwu Shuiying suddenly received a transmission. It's them? During the recent half a day, too many people had sent him messages. The cultivators in the team and the cultivators in Scarlet Cloud City, but at this moment, the 3 who sent him messages made Dongwu Shuiying treat them seriously. The 3 city masters invited me at the same time? Dongwu Shuiying slightly nodded. It was at City Master Weatherleaf's cave dwelling. Weatherleaf, 9-headed Snake Ancestor, and Wu Xiao had prepared a banquet, inviting all the cultivators in Scarlet Cloud City. Of course, the main guest was Dongwu Shuiying. Dongwu Shuiying was the main guest of this banquet. As expected of Emperor Feishue. The moment you returned, the 3 city masters prepared a banquet for you. We can even bask in your glory. The previous time there was such a huge commotion, it was because Weather Leaf and City Master Wu Xiao invited 9-headed snake ancestor. Everyone in Scarlet Cloud Hall said. The 3 city masters have invited you. Taoist Hidden Horizon said, let us hurry over. Let's go. Dongbo Shui Ying nodded and headed out. Xie Fan followed behind. Let's go together. Very soon, Dongbo Shui Ying and the others arrived at the cave dwelling of City Master Weatherleaf. There were already several cultivators waiting at the entrance. They were not in a hurry to enter, and were chatting in groups of 2 or 3. Monarch Feishue. Greetings, Monarch Feishue. At that moment, many cultivators greeted passionately. They looked at Dongbo Shui Ying with slightly heated gazes. After all, to the majority of cultivators, it was too difficult to survive in this sacred world. For instance, 1 trillion years. A grand perfection chaotic origin life form of God Emperor was equivalent to 30 billion years worth of food. 1 trillion years would require more than 30 grand perfection chaotic origin life forms of God Emperor. God Emperor grand perfection chaotic origin life forms were hard to kill. Most cultivators would hunt down middle stage God Emperor and late stage God Emperor chaotic origin life forms. They had to rely on hunting to make up for their losses. The more they did, the greater the risk. If they followed Dongbo Shui Ying out, it would be safe and relaxing. They might even be able to obtain enough food to last them for several tens of billions of years. How long has it been? Yet he has become famous. Furthermore, this banquet is organized by the 3 city masters for him. Great Emperor North River stood watching from afar. Watching as Dongbo Shui Ying entered his cavern dwelling under the escort of a group of cultivators, Great Emperor North River felt complicated, and for the sake of food, I have to risk my life time and time again. Great Emperor North River had gone out to hunt many times since he arrived in the sacred world. Most of the time, he would only obtain food that was more than 1 million years old. Only if he was lucky could he obtain food that was more than 10 million years old. Of course, the teams that Great Emperor North River joined usually hunted outside the city. If he joined those teams that hunted further away, it would be much more dangerous. But the rewards he obtained would be much greater too. It was normal for him to obtain food that could last him for several 100 million years or even 1 billion years. But it was too dangerous to do it from a distance. For instance, this time, Taoist Hidden Horizon and his team were unlucky to meet the prisoner patrol. Fortunately, with Dongbo Shui Ying around, only 4 of them died. If not for Dongbo Shui Ying, Taoist Hidden Horizon and his team would most likely be wiped out. Great Emperor North River also entered the cavern dwelling of Weatherleaf in a low-profile manner. Under the escort of a group of cultivators, Dongbo Shui Ying arrived at an elegant garden. There were many seats within the garden, and many female puppets were serving them. With a glance, Shui Ying could see 3 cultivators standing in the distance. They were currently chatting. The aura of those 3 was the most dazzling and unique. The other cultivators present were scattered around them. The 3 city masters? Dongbo Shui Ying swept his gaze across. He first noticed the city mastered Weatherleaf. It was hard for him to reach the half-chaotic origin level in the Tao of Laws and Profound Mysteries. This was much stronger than Old Monster Stone and Sacred Mastered from his hometown world. Yet Weatherleaf had reached the half-chaotic origin level in 2 Tao paths. He was unrivaled in this sacred world. I wonder how many origin worlds and how many unique worlds have given birth to a cultivator like Weatherleaf. Dongbo Shui Ying felt admiration in his heart. Chapter 1363. Brother Feishue, the handsome bald young man 9-headed snake ancestor, shouted out. By the side, Weatherleaf and Wu Xiao also turned to Dongbo Shui Ying. Dongbo Shui Ying immediately walked over. At the same time, he carefully observed these 3. This was the first time he met these 3 city masters. Wu Xiao. At first glance, the one who attracted Dongbo Shui Ying's attention the most was Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao gave Dongbo Shui Ying a very unique feeling. It was as if he was looking at a world. Wu Xiao was more like a huge celestial body. He did not seem like an ordinary life form. He cultivates the bloodline energy. But according to rumors, he is the descendant of an extremely powerful chaotic origin expert. His bloodline is extraordinary. Dongbo Shui-ing thought. Looking at him is like looking at a celestial body. Others say that he has the strongest fleshy body in the entire Scarlet Cloud City. His strength is also the strongest. I wonder what level he has reached. But closely following that, Dongbo Shui-ing felt the charm of Weatherleaf and Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor. Weatherleaf stood there as if he had transcended this world. His surroundings gave off a vague feeling of the birth of a world. And Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor was the complete opposite. He stood there as if he could contain everything. He had a gentle smile on his face, yet everything around him was under his control. Wu Xiao's strength originates from his body. His body is so strong because of his bloodline. Dongbo Shui-ing thought. As for Weatherleaf and Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor, their realms are extremely high. Most ordinary Dao cultivators who have reached the half-chaotic origin lifeform body cannot compare to them. Dongbo Shui-ing walked over. He was observing these three. These three city masters were also observing Dongbo Shui-ing. They could feel the unique aura of this monarch Fei Xue, causing them to have a good impression of him. Just his aura alone can influence me? Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor and the other two were inwardly startled. Fei Xue pays his respects to the three city masters. Dongbo Shui-ing said, "When I first heard about Emperor Fei Xue today, I was shocked and in disbelief. Now that I see it, I no longer have any doubts." Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor said with a smile, "Monarch Fei Xue's attainments in the Tao of Soul have already far surpassed us. It's no wonder that the 1,200 Grand Perfection God Emperor Hidden Devil Hunters had their strength greatly reduced." Admirable. City Lord Weatherleaf, on the other hand, was a man of few words. However, it was already very rare for him to say the word admiration. The path of the soul can be this powerful? Wu Xiao could not help but ask, "Imperial Emperor Fei Xue, can you display it for me to experience?" "Old brother Wu Xiao, the other cultivators are about to arrive. It wouldn't be too late for you to experience it after the banquet ends." Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor said. Wu Xiao suddenly understood and nodded with a smile. "Yes, there's no hurry." The banquet soon began. Dongbo Shui-ing and the three city masters sat close to each other. The four of them discussed the Tao. Even though they cultivated in different directions, they would still gain something from the growth of the other party. "Ah, brother Fei Xue, you grew up step by step from being a mortal to where you are now?" Wu Xiao was startled. "You are the same as brother Nine-Headed and brother Weatherleaf. You grew up from the weakest of mortals." "I have the approximate primal chaos strength that brother Fei Xue mentioned when I was born. Some of the clansmen in my clan are comparable to me when they are born, and some are weaker than me. But many of them could not control their strength perfectly. Unless there is a huge advantage in growing up as a mortal? Speaking of which, my old ancestor also grew up step by step from being a mortal." Dongbo Shui-ing sighed as he listened. The natives of the Broken Teeth Mountain Range were usually at the Void God Origin Birth Realm when they were born. The clansmen of Wu Xiao were even more terrifying. They were usually at the Primal Chaos Realm when they were born. To these babies who were born, they had already jumped out of the river of time and could not be envious of them, because the gap between them was too great. Like the cosmos he was born in, the strongest expert in the cosmos had yet to reach the Primal Chaos Realm. Only Swordmaster was the most heaven-defying expert in his hometown cosmos. He had only left the cosmos after reaching the Primal Chaos Realm and headed for its great Void Heaven Temple. But the clansmen of Wu Xiao were at this level the moment they were born. "Compared to you, brother Fei Xue, the environment I grew up in is much worse." Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor chuckled. "Witchcraft is the strongest cultivation system in my hometown. For the sake of extracting powerful bloodlines, witches could even massacre an entire nation. The battles between witches are extremely brutal too. For the sake of their own growth, they could even destroy an entire civilization. They could even deliberately guide a new civilization in the dark and use it as an experiment. Dongwu Shuiying gradually understood as he listened. The witchcraft of nine-headed snake ancestor was more similar to the witchcraft lineage created by his hometown Wuzhou. But comparatively speaking, the witchcraft of nine-headed snake ancestor was more brutal, more selfish, and more powerful. When the banquet was about to end, "Brother Feishue, why don't we have a spar?" Nine-headed snake ancestor stood up. Spar? Dongwu Shuiying was startled. Currently, all the cultivators of Scarlet Cloud City were gathered in this garden. Even the experts in charge of security had sent their incarnations over. The public spar? Rest assured. Even though there are rules in Scarlet Cloud City that forbids us from killing each other, sparring is still common. But sparring is common too. Nine-headed snake ancestor chuckled. As for Brother Flying Snow's soul technique, I do wish to experience it. I have yet to act, but nine-headed, you have already acted. By the side, Wu Xiao drank his wine in a single gulp. He felt helpless. Dongwu Shuiying looked at nine-headed snake ancestor. He revealed a smile and nodded. Alright. Since nine-headed snake ancestor wants to spar, I will naturally accompany you. The two of them took a step forward and arrived at a lake at the center of the garden. The two of them stood on the lake, facing each other. Are they going to fight? They want to spar? An uproar broke out among the experts in Scarlet Cloud City. Many of them even revealed looks of anticipation. Nine-headed snake ancestor was after all one of the three experts who stood at the peak. Dongwu Shuiying's techniques were also mysterious and unfathomable. You should make the first move. Nine-headed snake ancestor said, let me experience your soul technique. Be careful. Dongwu Shuiying said. He then directly executed his strongest Tao of mirage and illusory realm killing technique. A huge illusory realm descended. It began dragging the soul of nine-headed snake ancestor. Dongwu Shuiying only felt that this was the strongest soul he had ever met. The difficulty of dragging him away was incredibly high. The so-called strongest soul here was referring to the strongest opponent beneath the chaotic origin level. If he was included, nine-headed snake ancestor's soul could not compare to his. It shouldn't affect him too much. Dongwu Shuiying estimated. Nine-headed snake ancestor frowned slightly. What a terrifying illusory realm. He thought that his soul would not be affected by anything since he grew up as a mortal. But at this moment he was still affected. Receive my move. Nine-headed snake ancestor said. Hua. Behind the handsome bald young man nine-headed snake ancestor, a towering illusory figure suddenly appeared. This was the illusory figure of 9 huge snakes. Every huge snake was emitting a completely different energy. One could see the energy of 8 huge snakes arcing through the sky. These 8 energies included water, flame, lightning, life energy, destruction energy, 8 different energies. They formed a faint colorful light that enveloped the surrounding lake. It also enveloped Dongwu Shuiying. Dongwu Shuiying could only feel a heavy suppression enveloping him. He is indeed Monarch Feishue. Even I can't execute my 9-realm domain. Nine-headed snake ancestor shook his head and sighed. At the same time he spoke, the faint colorful light world rapidly closed up. It was like a rapidly shrinking cage, and Dongwu Shuiying was right at the center of this cage. Not good. Dongwu Shuiying felt danger. He did not hesitate. His body abruptly expanded, reaching a height of 10 meters. The surface of his skin was covered in a faint gray light. With a spear in his hand, he spun it, causing layers of space to form around his body. These layers stacked together to resist against that rapidly shrinking 8-colored light cage. Chapter 1364. Peng. The rapidly shrinking 8-colored light cage suddenly exploded. At the same time, a portion of energy fused together. For instance, water energy and water energy fused together to form a water-fire giant. There was also lightning and fire energy fusing together to form a lightning-fire giant. There was also lightning and destruction energy fusing together to form a destructive lightning giant. Many giants appeared. A total of 9 giants appeared. These 9 giants all had the strength of an ordinary god-emperor at grand perfection. They coordinated perfectly as they attacked Dongbo Shui-ing. Amazing! Dongbo Shui-ing maintained his peak fleshy body. He used his spear to defend against the giants, yet he was still at a slight disadvantage. After all, the combat techniques of these giants were profound. They were much more profound than his spear techniques. The influence of this soul illusory realm is indeed huge. I can't even allow them to form the 9-headed combat body. 9-headed snake ancestor softly shook his head. This huge illusory realm only affected 20% of his heart force. But it was this 20% that prevented him from executing his techniques perfectly. He was different from Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao relied on his powerful body to fight. As for 9-headed snake ancestor, it was extremely complicated to control his own energy. It consumed a huge amount of heart force. Controlling 9 different grand perfection bloodline energies of God Emperor at the same time while coordinating perfectly with each other, how great was the burden on his heart force? Transform. 9-headed snake ancestor thought. Ho! One could see one of the 9 giants dissipating. The other 8 giants immediately fused together, turning into a giant with 8 snake heads. This giant was filled with a violent and terrifying aura. It charged straight at Dongbo Shui-ing. Dongbo Shui-ing was slightly flustered by the successive techniques of 9-headed snake ancestor. He spun his spear to deal with this 8-headed giant. Fortunately, his heart force is affected, preventing him from executing the 9-colored domain and 9-headed combat body. Dongbo Shui-ing thought. He had long gotten the intelligence on 9-headed snake ancestor. Nonetheless, even though 9-headed snake ancestor's strength had been greatly reduced, Dongbo Shui-ing still had a hard time dealing with him. Boo! The evil giant with 8 snake heads suddenly disappeared. In the distance, 9-headed snake ancestor chuckled. Brother Feishu, the consumption of your fleshy body is too huge. You have to cultivate more and reach the half-chaotic origin lifeform body soon. Yes, there's still a long way to go. Dongbo Shui-ing sighed. He had only battled for a short while and his HP had already dropped to 60%, even in terms of combat strength. Even though his fleshy body could barely reach the level of a half-chaotic origin lifeform body, his realm had yet to reach that level. Hence, the techniques he executed were still lacking. Compared to a true Dao cultivator with a half-chaotic origin lifeform body, he would only have 70% to 80% of the other party's strength. For example, Xie Fan had the qualifications to be ranked in the top 10 of Scarlet Cloud City. If he, Dongbo Shui-ing, did not count his soul techniques, he could only be ranked at the bottom amongst the top experts. Of course, if soul techniques were included, the strongest battle strength he could unleash in a short period of time would also be ranked in the top few. After all, if he went all out, he would still be able to suppress him. He was most likely a city lord. My body is still too weak. I can't hold on for long. Dongbo Shui-ing thought to himself. Amazing! Monarch Feishu is so powerful without even having a half-chaotic origin lifeform body? If he had a half-chaotic origin lifeform body, he would most likely be comparable to the 3 great city masters. The other cultivators were slightly startled. They could see that Dongbo Shui-ing's Dao of void strength was stronger than him by a few dozen in Scarlet Cloud City. But his soul technique had greatly reduced the strength of 9-headed snake ancestor to a level comparable to Dongbo Shui-ing. Dongbo Shui-ing and 9-headed snake ancestor flew back to their original positions. This soul technique is indeed extraordinary. 9-headed snake ancestor sighed. Brother Feishu, I won't let you compete with me. Your body is too weak. Just use your soul technique on me. Just do it, Wu Xiao urged. Let me have a taste too. Weatherleaf said. All right. Dongbo Shui-ing did not hesitate. The enormous illusory world descended once again. It pulled the souls of Weatherleaf and Wu Xiao. This time, Dongbo Shui-ing could feel that the soul of Weatherleaf was similar to 9-headed snake ancestor. It was just slightly stronger. But it was limited. It was only because of Dongwu Shui Ying's keen senses that he could sense the slight difference in soul strength between the two. As for Wu Xiao, even though Wu Zhao's body was terrifyingly strong, his soul was barely about 60% that of Weatherleaf and Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor. Under his mirage and illusory realm, Wu Xiao had to divert a large amount of heart force to resist against it. But his fleshy body was too strong. Hence, controlling his fleshy body did not require too much heart force. It has quite a huge influence on me. I can't execute my strongest technique either. Weatherleaf nodded. I'm afraid I'm weaker than you, Nine-Headed. Wu Xiao sensed before saying, this soul technique is too unbearable. Dongwu Shui Ying immediately retracted his technique. No wonder it could greatly reduce the strength of God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin lifeforms. Even I can only unleash 60% to 70% of my strength. Wu Xiao said, what's more heaven-defying is that this soul technique of yours targets all enemies. It is the same for 1,200 hidden devil hunters, 3,000, or even 10,000 of them. As long as they enter the region of my illusory realm domain, it will be the same. Dongwu Shui Ying nodded. The moment the illusory realm descended, the souls of all enemies within the region would be dragged away by the illusory realm unless they took the initiative to avoid the influence on some enemies. Amazing. It was rare for Weatherleaf to say this. He held onto his wine cup and lightly drank while pondering over it. By the side, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor was silent too. His eyes were flashing with many colors. The banquet finally ended. The three city masters were mainly discussing Dao with Dongwu Shui Ying and even sparring with each other. They did not care about the other cultivators. When the banquet ended, everyone began leaving. Brother Feishue, Weatherleaf and Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor both said at almost the same time. Dongwu Shui Ying was stunned. He looked at the two of them. Weatherleaf and Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor exchanged glances before chuckling. You first. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor said, I'll speak after you are done here. All right. Weatherleaf nodded. Brother Feishue, please follow me. We can speak privately. Dongwu Shui Ying looked at the two city masters. What exactly is the matter between the two of you? I'll wait for you here. In a while we'll talk in detail. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor sat there leisurely. Dongwu Shui Ying nodded. He stood and left with Weatherleaf. They entered a side hall within this cavern dwelling. The two of them sat down. Weatherleaf pondered for a moment before saying, I have always wanted to kill that chaotic origin prisoner in Wind Devil Valley. It's just that chaotic origin prisoner is very vigilant. Ever since I ambushed him once, whenever he leaves his territory, he would always bring along a total of 3,000 protectors. All of them are at the Grand Perfection God Emperor realm. Even though I could invite some experts in Scarlet Cloud City to help me, those 3,000 protectors of his render me helpless against them. And now, with the appearance of Monarch Feishue, I see another chance of success. Brother Feishue, I would like to ask for your help. Follow my team to kill that chaotic origin prisoner in Wind Devil Valley. What conditions do you want? Just say it. Chapter 1365. Dongwu Shui Ying sat by the side. He pondered for a moment before saying, It is very difficult and dangerous to kill a chaotic origin prisoner. A chaotic origin prisoner is constantly being suppressed by the punishment. During battle, he would control it slightly to prevent his weak body from being heavily injured. But the moment he encounters a life or death crisis, he would definitely retaliate madly and disregard everything to continue fighting. According to what I know in the history of Scarlet Cloud City, it is normal for those who attempted to kill a chaotic origin prisoner to fail and suffer heavy casualties. Previously, when he met the group of hidden devil hunters, he had also fought with that chaotic origin prisoner from the group. Dongwu Shui Ying also saw that broken body of the other party. There were many injuries on his skin. His muscles were withered and his bones were filled with cracks. His body was clearly heavily injured under the punishment. Most chaotic origin prisoners would not be willing to let their injuries worsen during a battle. Yes, it is dangerous. But with Monarch Feishue joining us, our chances of success will be much higher. Weatherleaf said. City Master, what can you give me? Dongbo Shui-ing said. Weatherleaf hesitated for a moment. What could he give? In terms of food, if this monarch Feishue claimed to be second, no cultivator in the entire sacred world would dare claim to be first. His soul-killing technique was unparalleled in the sacred world. God Emperor could easily kill a grand perfection chaotic origin life form. You have just obtained 6 void lineage chaotic origin life form corpses, right? Weatherleaf said, I can help you get the other 15 void lineage chaotic origin life form corpses. I guarantee all of them are at the grand perfection God Emperor level. You have to know that some of them are very far away from my Scarlet Cloud City, and some are even closer to other assembly grounds. I can use food to exchange for them too. Dongbo Shui-ing shook his head. But some live near the other 4 cities. It is hard to exchange for them. Weatherleaf said. Then you have to pay more food. Dongbo Shui-ing said. Weatherleaf felt helpless. Encountering someone as wealthy as Monarch Feishue, even he as a city master could not do anything. I cultivate the Tao of Void and the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. Dongbo Shui-ing said, City Lord, if you can find someone who would be of great help to me on these 2 paths, I might be willing to help. All right. Weatherleaf nodded slightly. Several precious treasures flashed through his mind. He had some connections with the other 4 cities. The cultivators in the entire sacred world came from many worlds, and some were even descendants of chaotic origin experts. He also knew of some cultivation treasures, but he needed to prepare them well. All right then, I'll take my leave first. Dongbo Shui-ing smiled as he stood up. Weatherleaf nodded slightly. There was nothing he could do. In terms of influence in Crimson Cloud City, this imperial monarch Feishue was probably not inferior to him, the city governor. In fact, many cultivators would probably be more willing to follow Emperor Feishue. You want this imperial Emperor Feishue to risk his life without paying enough? How could this be? My Mirage and Illusory Realm might be miraculous against ordinary chaotic origin life forms, but it is useless against a chaotic origin prisoner. Facing a chaotic origin prisoner, I would be in danger of dying. Naturally, I can't easily agree to it. Dongbo Shui-ing thought. A chaotic origin prisoner was a high-graded chaotic origin life form. Its soul was too strong, and his Mirage and Illusory Realm technique was completely useless against it. And when Shui-ing unleashed his strongest fleshy body, his strength would be at the bottom of the apex experts in Scarlet Cloud City. Furthermore, he could only maintain it for the time taken to brew a cup of tea. That was too dangerous. Even though this is just an avatar of mine, the moment it dies, I would be fine in my hometown origin world and realm heart great land. But if this avatar dies, my opportunity would be gone. Dongbo Shui-ing cherished the days he spent cultivating in this sacred world. After leaving the side hall, Shui-ing arrived at the garden outside. Almost all the cultivators in the garden had left. The enormous garden was empty. Only Vice-City Master Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor remained drinking by himself. Even Wu Xiao had left. Brother Feishue, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor pointed to the side with a smile, have a seat. I've made City Master Nine-Headed wait for a long time. Dongbo Shui-ing said, my lifespan is unlimited. It isn't worth mentioning to wait for a while longer. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor looked at Dongbo Shui-ing. Weatherleaf should be thinking of killing that chaotic origin prisoner from Wind Devil Valley, right? Dongbo Shui-ing nodded, but I did not agree to it. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor felt his heart move. Did not agree? It seemed it wasn't easy to ask this monarch Feishue for help. I've asked Brother Feishue. Brother Feishue should agree to it. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor said. Oh, please elaborate. Dongbo Shui-ing said. I also wish to kill a chaotic origin prisoner. In the entire sacred world, there are a total of 21 void lineage chaotic origin life forms, and only 3 of them have chaotic origin prisoners. Even though these 3 chaotic origin prisoners are different high-graded chaotic origin life forms, they all belong to the void lineage. The one I wish to kill is one of the 3 chaotic origin prisoners, Quiet Icy Mountain Master. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor said. Dongbo Shui-ing felt his heart move. Quiet Icy Mountain Master? There were only 3 chaotic origin prisoners in the Void lineage. He naturally knew of this person. To Dongbo Shui Ying, a complete corpse of a high-graded chaotic origin life form from the Void lineage was much more valuable than those grand perfection chaotic origin life form corpses like God Emperor. That was a qualitative change. But those of the Void lineage were more adept in survival, and killing them was hard. This Quiet Icy Mountain Master might be residing in Quiet Icy Mountain, but he was a true Void lineage. After killing him, the heart and blood of this Quiet Icy Mountain Master will belong to me. And the other parts of the corpse will belong to you. 9-headed snake ancestor looked at Dongbo Shuiying. What do you think? Oh? Dongbo Shuiying felt his heart move. This 9-headed snake ancestor was a witch. He collected the bloodlines of chaotic origin life forms and fused them into his body for cultivation. What he cared about the most were the heart and blood. But in reality, Dongbo Shuiying needed to comprehend the laws on the corpse, like the scales, muscles, bones, teeth, and other body parts. You only want the heart and blood? Dongbo Shuiying asked again. I can even leave 10% of the blood for you. 9-headed snake ancestor said. What about the other members of the team? Dongbo Shuiying asked. Don't they need it after we split it? Since I asked them for help, I will naturally satisfy them. 9-headed snake ancestor said. How could other cultivators have conditions as high as Monarch Feishue? But he had no choice. The most precious food in the sacred world was something that Monarch Feishue could easily obtain. And his soul technique was the greatest aid in killing the chaotic origin prisoner. It was simply too useful. You can be rest assured. What I promised you can be announced when the team is formed. 9-headed snake ancestor persuaded. Your meaning is? Dongbo Shuiying chuckled. You are asking me to risk my life using treasures that I have yet to obtain? 9-headed snake ancestor waved his hand, throwing out a golden wristband. There are 9 Void lineage God Emperor Grand Perfection life forms inside. They are different from the 6 life forms given to you by Heaven Calamity. This is all that I can temporarily collect. The remaining life forms are living around other assembly grounds. It is hard to collect them. Just treat these as gifts from me to Brother Feishue. Dongbo Shuiying received it. Checking through, he discovered 9 Void lineage chaotic origin life form corpses. All of them were at the Grand Perfection God Emperor Grand Perfection level. Dongbo Shuiying could not help but feel delighted. 21 types, he had collected 15 of them. TSK 9-headed snake ancestor was truly generous. City Master Weatherleaf was not generous enough. Dongbo Shuiying mumbled inwardly. I need 300 billion years. Dongbo Shuiying said, I have just arrived in the sacred world not too long ago. I still need to properly cultivate. At most 300 billion years. By then I will set off with you, City Master 9-headed, to deal with that Quiet Icy Mountain Master. If we succeed, the distribution of the corpse of Quiet Icy Mountain Master will be done according to what City Master 9-headed said previously. 300 billion years. City Master 9-headed, do you have the patience to wait? All right, it's a deal. 9-headed snake ancestor immediately agreed. If it were in the outside world, just 300 billion years was not worth mentioning. To these terrifying existences that were close to the chaotic origin life form level, it was truly a short period. It's just that it was hard to obtain food in the sacred world. 300 billion years seemed quite long. But to 9-headed snake ancestor, 300 billion years was easy. It's a deal. Dongbo Shuiying chuckled. He agreed primarily because the corpse of Quiet Icy Mountain Master was very attractive to him. Even without 9-headed snake ancestor, in the future he would most likely build a team to kill that Void lineage chaotic origin prisoner. Chapter 1366. The two of them made a deal. Dongbo Shuiying immediately left. Weatherleaf walked out from the side and stood beside 9-headed snake ancestor. Did you succeed? Weatherleaf asked. Sending 9 Void lineage chaotic origin life form corpses as a gift is a success. The corners of nine-headed snake ancestor's lips curled up. He glanced at Weatherleaf. Did you not send any gifts? Weatherleaf remained calm. It is easy for him to obtain food. He can easily exchange for many void lineage chaotic origin lifeform corpses by himself. The reason why he agreed to your request is because he similarly wants to get the quiet, icy mountain master. Otherwise, do you think he would risk his life for such a small gift? I know that you are jealous. Nine-headed snake ancestor said. The relationship between the two of them was very subtle. They had both climbed up step by step from being mortals. In terms of cultivation level, they were the two with the highest cultivation levels in Scarlet Cloud City. Have you decided? Weatherleaf asked. Are you going to rely on the ultimate bloodline awakening to become a chaotic origin? It's decided. Nine-headed snake ancestor nodded his head. Are you willing? Weatherleaf asked again. Given your accumulation of strength, you might even be able to comprehend and break through in the future, breaking through with your strength and becoming the strongest overlord amongst chaotic origin experts. Even if you can't break through with your strength, if you could gain the favor of an overlord, he might send you to an origin world and help you reincarnate into that origin world. Even though the will of that origin world would still suppress you, you still have hope of grasping an origin world and becoming a world realm chaotic origin lifeform. Overlord-level chaotic origin lifeforms were the highest grade. A world realm chaotic origin lifeform was not bad. At least within the origin world he controlled, he would be unparalleled. As for high-graded chaotic origin lifeforms, they were comparatively weaker. At my level of cultivation, I was reincarnated into an origin world. The price was too high. It's much more difficult than sending some weak cultivators into the origin world. Nine-headed snake ancestor shook his head. How long have I been in the sacred world? No overlord has ever conveyed such an intention. He had long been disappointed. He was also clear about this. An origin world would suppress even the experts within its own world. For example, the Sacred Master and Old Monster Stone had survived the Great Calamity and entered a new era. They would be forced into a deep slumber. This was the suppression of the origin world's will on the super-powerful lifeforms, giving the new generation lifeforms enough time to grow. And at the level of the nine-headed snake ancestor, his strength was too strong, too terrifying. When reincarnating, the origin worlds would resist greatly to begin with. The cost of successfully reincarnating would be terrifying. Even if he succeeded, they would also be forced into a deep slumber. In any case, there were all sorts of restrictions placed on him. The stronger he was, the more terrifying the restrictions would be. How strong was an origin world? Suppressing a half-chaotic origin lifeform body was naturally easy. Even if I awaken my bloodline and become a chaotic origin lifeform, even though I am a high-graded chaotic origin lifeform, I believe that with my accumulations, I can similarly cultivate to the world realm chaotic origin lifeform. In the future, I might even become an overlord-level chaotic origin lifeform. Nine-headed snake ancestor said confidently. Weatherleaf did not say anything. In reality, the bloodline awakening was equivalent to transforming into an innate chaotic origin lifeform clan. The path of growth was also the path of an innate chaotic origin lifeform. This path had much lower potential. For instance, innate chaotic origin lifeforms that reached the apex like the thousand-eyed existence and myriad tentacles dragon mother could injure Yuan and other overlords, yet they still fell. As for the lords, even though there were few of them, none had fallen. It was clear which of the two paths was better. It's just that the difficulty of becoming an overlord was too high. The path has to be walked. Nine-headed snake ancestor said, I'm not like you who has long received the attention of many chaotic origin experts. There are even overlords who have promised you that they are willing to help you reincarnate into an origin world. Weatherleaf shook his head. Using strength to break through is my path. How terrifying was it to reach the half-chaotic origin lifeform level in 2 Daos? There was only one such existence in the sacred world. Your path is harder to walk. Nine-headed snake ancestor turned around and left. He felt slightly sorrowful in his heart. Given his strength, he did not have any chaotic origin experts to nurture him. He could only rely on himself. Dongwu Shuiying returned to his cavern dwelling. He checked through the 15 void lineage God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin lifeform corpses that he had collected. He could not help but feel delighted. I am still lacking 6 more. These 6 are hard to come by. But City Master Nine-Headed did not publicly collect them. He should have simply gathered them with some of his good friends. Dongwu Shuiying muttered inwardly. Because in history, Scarlet Cloud City would have some contact with the other 4 cities. They would even send teams to other cities just to exchange for treasures. Chaotic origin lifeforms that were rarely seen in his own city existed in the other cities. That was also why Weatherleaf dared to say that he could help collect them. I, Feishue, wish to collect 6 void lineage Grand Perfection chaotic origin lifeform corpses of God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin lifeform. These are the 6 types, and I am only buying 1 of each. A corpse can be exchanged for 3 times the amount of food. The 6 types were described clearly. Dongwu Shuiying directly transmitted this news to all cultivators in Scarlet Cloud City through his communication treasure. 3 times the amount of food. Usually, it was not bad to exchange for these rare corpses with twice the amount of food. Dongwu Shuiying was rich and overbearing. Naturally, he did not care about it. Brother Feishue, Monarch Feishue. Feishue, the news came one after another. It was all for the sake of exchanging for food. After all, Scarlet Cloud City had more than 3,000 experts. And there were more than 100 who had one of these 6 types. Dongwu Shuiying immediately contacted the cultivators one by one according to the sequence. He confirmed the matter of exchanging for food. The purchase is complete. Dongwu Shuiying then transmitted to all cultivators. Exchanging for 3 times the amount of food was something that could only be chanced upon. The moment it appeared, various parties would naturally take the initiative to exchange for it. It's a pity that Dongwu Shuiying only needed 1 of each type. 3 times the amount of food. Some of the stronger chaotic origin lifeforms were equivalent to 2 ordinary chaotic origin lifeforms. Hence, Dongwu Shuiying paid a total of 25 God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin lifeform corpses to exchange for the 6 types of food that he needed. Sacred World Void Lineage, 21 chaotic origin lifeforms, and God Emperor Grand Perfection lifeform corpses have all been gathered. Dongwu Shuiying was in an extremely good mood. Within the underground palace, his eyes were blazing as he looked at the void lineage chaotic origin lifeform corpses being brought out. He could not help but start studying them thoroughly. Great Emperor North River also received the public message from Dongwu Shuiying. First, he made a public purchase. Closely following that, he announced the end of the purchase. 3 times the amount of food. Great Emperor North River was currently within his cavern dwelling. He was currently reading through the information. To this Yingshan Snow Eagle, obtaining food is so easy. That's good too. Even though it is hard for me to obtain food, the process of obtaining food is also a form of tempering for myself, right? This was indeed tempering one between life and death. The cultivators understood this too. But they did not like being forced to hunt time and time again. Thousand-eyed water droplet. Great Emperor North River flipped his hand, causing a dew-like water droplet to appear on his palm. Great Emperor North River looked at it. This Yingshan Snow Eagle has always wanted to get this thousand-eyed water droplet. This is something left behind by a terrifying chaotic origin lifeform that could transform into the Broken Tooth Mountain Range. I must absolutely not let this Yingshan Snow Eagle get it so easily. Great Emperor North River was clear that the thousand-eyed water droplet was useless to him. It was only in the Forbidden Ground Snake Tooth Corridor that he could utilize the thousand-eyed water droplet. Currently, it was useless to his cultivation. But this was the most important treasure he had on him. Great Emperor North River understood that Dongwu Shuiying desired to get it. I can't take the initiative to beg him. I'll wait for him to beg me. By then, I'll definitely make him pay a huge price. Great Emperor North River thought. This treasure was originally obtained by Dongwu Shuiying. Yet, Great Emperor North River broke his oath and snatched it away. And now, Great Emperor North River wanted to rely on the thousand-eyed water droplet to earn a huge profit. Nonetheless, time passed. 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, more than 100 million years. Great Emperor North River was forced to go hunting. Yet Dongwu Shui Ying never came to his place. Chapter 1367. Outside Scarlet Cloud City, in the wilderness. The 30 cultivators were doing their best to fight against the bolts of lightning. These bolts of lightning were extremely fast and abnormally ghostly. There were also many of them, more than 200 bolts of lightning. Rip! The body of Great Emperor North River was struck by a lightning. A claw vaguely tore apart part of the flesh of Great Emperor North River, tearing off a leg. Open! Great Emperor North River had a savage expression. His sword light was like a river that clashed against the body of that lightning, forcing it back. Great Emperor North River's body rapidly regrown. Quick, get rid of them. Retreat. Hurry, hurry, hurry. These cultivators were slightly panicking. Quite a few of them were facing a dangerous situation. Amongst them was a tall and sturdy white-haired old man. This white-haired old man was strangely blind. Currently, there were many sword lights revolving around him, madly attacking the surrounding lightning. These lightning lights were actually four-legged snake-like chaotic origin life forms that were bathed in lightning. The white-haired blind old man was none other than the founder of this team, Heart-Eye Sword Ancestor. It was also because of him that the team did not have any casualties. Quite a few cultivators who were in dire straits would send out a sword light to repel the chaotic origin lifeforms. 13 sword lights revolved around Heart-Eye Sword Ancestor. They were ready to save their comrades at any time. At the same time, they were also taking the opportunity to kill some middle-stage God Emperor and late-stage God Emperor chaotic origin lifeforms. He retreated as he fought. As they gradually broke free, they retreated faster and faster until they completely broke free. Whoosh! The group of 30 cultivators did not care about being exposed at all. They turned into a blurry stream of light and rushed towards Scarlet Cloud City at a terrifying speed. Because they were relatively close to Scarlet Cloud City to begin with, they rushed back to the city in no time at all. Brother Heart-Eye, Brother Xinyan, you've returned very quickly this time around. The two experts on the city wall who were in charge of guarding said with a smile. The blind white-haired old man shook his head and said, "Our luck was bad. I didn't expect to run into a group of gray-clawed thunder snakes while hunting outside the city. There were more than 200 of them, and half of them were God Emperor Perfection." What? So many gray-clawed lightning snakes? Brother Xinyan is indeed amazing. Everyone came back alive. The two guards praised. It's all thanks to Brother Heart-Eye. Brother Heartless, this time, I might have lost my life. I actually encountered the most troublesome gray-clawed lightning snake. The cultivators in the group said one after another. In the team, Great Emperor North River remained silent. Even though quite a few members of the team met with danger this time, most of them were used to it. Great Emperor North River had only been in the Scarlet Cloud City for a short period. This was the most dangerous encounter he had ever had since he arrived at the Scarlet Cloud City. There were a few times where I almost died. Great Emperor North River recalled the previous dangerous situations. He could not help but feel his heart trembling. Hunting outside really depends on one's luck. If one's luck is slightly bad, there might be a group of sufficiently powerful chaotic origin lifeforms attacking them, and there might even be the risk of dying. Great Emperor North River thought, even though I have always chosen to hunt close to the Scarlet Cloud City since it is relatively safer to hunt outside the city, the Scarlet Cloud City is much safer. But that's only relatively speaking. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. The more you do it, the greater the danger you will encounter. Outside the city, one had to know that even the most terrifying chaotic origin prisoner, the chaotic origin Sea Master, had once come to Scarlet Cloud City. Who knows, there might even be a new branch of chaotic origin lifeform clan coming here. It's too dangerous. If this continues, would I still be able to survive the next time I encounter such a terrifying danger? Great Emperor North River felt slightly anxious. Even though he had the strength of God Emperor at the Grand Perfection realm, his strength was the most commonly seen in Scarlet Cloud City. He occupied more than 80% of the area. Alternatively, I can choose to join those hunting teams that are far away. Even though the distance is far and more dangerous, a single harvest of food could last for several 100 million years or even longer. Great Emperor North River thought. Alternatively, I can rely on an apex expert and become a member of his team. Great Emperor North River pondered. Within Scarlet Cloud City, there were a total of a few dozen apex experts. Any team that was formed would attract a huge number of cultivators to join, because most apex experts would do their best to protect their own team members when they were out adventuring. Only under the premise of protecting their own team members would they slightly help the loose cultivators. But with my current strength, who would be willing to accept me? Great Emperor North River shook his head inwardly. During these years, he had also witnessed the strength of apex experts. For instance, this time, Heart Eye Sword Ancestor was ranked in the top 10 within Scarlet Cloud City. Every single one of his 13 divine swords had a power comparable to a Grand Perfection God Emperor. When the 13 God swords worked together, their strength was frightening. This time, he was controlling the 13 divine swords to protect everyone. Scarlet Cloud City, within the Scarlet Cloud Palace Hall. The team led by Great Emperor North River was also distributing the spoils of war. According to the agreement, Heart Eye Sword Ancestor would take 80% of it. The other cultivators would split the remaining 20% according to their contribution points. No choice. Even when Heart Eye Sword Ancestor took 80%, everyone was still willing to join because the techniques Heart Eye Sword Ancestor specialized in were more suitable for helping his comrades. To Heart Eye Sword Ancestor, there was practically no danger when hunting outside the city. This time, his luck was not too good, yet he still managed to bring everyone back. That was the reason why he took 80%. 12 million years worth of food. Great Emperor North River received the food that was distributed to him. Once the spoils of war were distributed, everyone dispersed. Great Emperor North River walked alone on the street. 12 million years worth of food. If this continues, I'll have to go out and kill more than 1,000 times in 10 billion years? It has been too short since I came to Scarlet Cloud City. There are too many experts here that came from different worlds. Their cultivation systems are different too. Interacting with them has given me a huge harvest. With sufficient time, I might even improve further and reach the apex, reaching the same level as Cloud Phoenix City Master. I need time. I need time to properly cultivate. Unknowingly, Great Emperor North River arrived outside a cavern dwelling. He turned around and looked at the main entrance of this cavern dwelling. This was the cavern dwelling of Dongbua Shui Ying Shan Snow Eagle. I still have to ask him for help. Great Emperor North River gritted his teeth. I've always been waiting for him to take the initiative to ask me for help. That way, I can take the opportunity to sell the thousand-eyed water droplet for a high price. But he never came, so I can only take the initiative to ask him. He was clear. If Dongbua Shui Ying took the initiative to ask him for help, he could take the opportunity to sell it for a high price. If he, North River, begged Dongbua Shui Ying to come and buy the thousand-eyed water droplet, Dongbua Shui Ying would definitely lower the price. I can't wait any longer. Great Emperor North River directly walked towards the main entrance of the cavern dwelling. There was a puppet protector at the entrance. The puppet protector shouted, "Halt! Tell your master that I, North River, am here to meet him." Great Emperor North River said. The puppet protector remained silent for a moment. Clearly, he was transmitting to Dongbua Shui Ying. Very soon, the puppet protector said, "Monarch North River, please enter. My master is currently waiting for you within the residence." Only then did Great Emperor North River enter. With a puppet female attendant guiding him along the corridor, he soon arrived at a garden. Within the garden, a white-robed Dongbua Shui Ying was currently seated cross-legged under the pavilion. A stick of incense was burning, causing its fragrance to permeate the air. By the side, there were female attendants serving him. Delicious food and fruits were placed on the table. The flask of wine was also kept warm. Dongwu Shui Ying's eyes were closed. Clearly, he was cultivating silently. These days are completely different. I've risked my life just for some food. And food is something this Yingshan snow eagle can obtain easily. Great Emperor North River had such a mental state. He had just experienced a huge crisis. Seeing how Dongwu Shui Ying was living, he could not help but feel envious and jealous. Dongwu Shui Ying stopped cultivating. He opened his eyes and glanced at Great Emperor North River, who was walking over from the distant corridor. North River? You actually took the initiative to find me? How rare. Chapter 1368. You should be able to guess why I came looking for you. Great Emperor North River said. For what? Unless you are thinking of joining me? Dongwu Shui Ying looked at North River. Do you dare? North River's expression changed slightly. Within Scarlet Cloud City, Dongwu Shui Ying was absolutely the hottest existence no one dared to approach. There were many who wished to join him. I came for the thousand-eyed water droplet. Great Emperor North River coldly said, if we were in other worlds, I would never sell it to you. But now I need food. Hence, I am willing to sell this thousand-eyed water droplet to you. Give me a price. If you are satisfied with it, I'll give it to you. Thousand-eyed water droplet? Dongwu Shui Ying felt his heart moving. He had always desired it. If one said that many external materials in the sacred world could help Dongwu Shui Ying cultivate the Tao of Void, only the mysterious eyes and thousand-eyed water droplet left behind by that terrifying thousand-eyed existence were helpful to him in the Tao of mirage and illusory realm. He had only comprehended a little bit of the thousand-eyed water droplet in the past before it was snatched away by Great Emperor North River. 10 grand perfection chaotic origin life forms from God Emperor. Dongwu Shui Ying said. Great Emperor North River felt his heart twitching. That should be sufficient food for a few 100 billion years. Not enough. It is far from enough. Great Emperor North River sneered. Yingshan Shuang, it is too easy for you to get your hands on Grand Perfection God Emperor chaotic origin life forms. You should be able to easily get a few dozen of them every time you go out. And now, you want to buy the thousand-eyed water droplet with just 10 chaotic origin life forms? This is left behind by the thousand-eyed existence. That is a terrifying chaotic origin life form that could even injure the magnificent Yuan. Its value is much higher than these ordinary chaotic origin life forms. 10 are not enough? Dongwu Shui Ying frowned. 1,000. Great Emperor North River stared at Dongwu Shui Ying. If you gather 1,000 God Emperor Grand Perfection chaotic origin life forms, the thousand-eyed water droplet will belong to you. Dongwu Shui Ying frowned. He looked at Great Emperor North River with a smile that did not seem like a smile. 1,000? With so much, you almost don't need to go out and take risks. I advise you to go out and fight more. This kind of tempering was also helpful to cultivation. I think 10 is enough. Not enough. It is far from enough. Great Emperor North River shook his head. Only I need the thousand-eyed water droplet. Other than me, who else in Scarlet Cloud City would buy it? Dongwu Shui Ying asked. If I were to spread the news that an enormous chaotic origin life form with a body size comparable to an origin world left behind the thousand-eyed water droplet, how much do you think I can sell it for? Great Emperor North River said. Dongwu Shui Ying laughed coldly. Do you think others will believe you just because you spread the news? Secondly, other cultivators only needed to look at the thousand-eyed water droplet to know whether it was useful to them or not. If it wasn't useful, who would be willing to pay a high price? In this sacred world, the other cultivators are much, much weaker than me in the path of the soul. It is impossible for you to sell it for a high price. Perhaps I might be able to sell it for a high price. Great Emperor North River looked at Dongwu Shui Ying. Don't threaten me. Dongwu Shui Ying coldly said. Firstly, my strength is unparalleled in the Broken Tooth Mountain Range. The 5 great supremes of the Broken Tooth Mountain Range have to give me some face. The moment they discover the thousand-eyed water droplet, I believe they will give it to me. Great Emperor North River trembled. Perhaps they might discover a new thousand-eyed water droplet in the Broken Tooth Mountain Range. With the current strength of Dongbo Shui-ing, it was sufficient for him to kill most Grand Perfection God Emperor. How would the 5 Great Supremes dare to slight such strength? Secondly, it isn't hard for me to kill you. Dongbo Shui-ing stared at Great Emperor North River. At that moment, many thoughts flashed through the mind of Great Emperor North River. That's right, as long as Dongbo Shui-ing asked the founder of the hunting team for help, he believed an apex expert would be willing to give face to Dongbo Shui-ing. Without the help of his comrades, it was easy for him, North River, to lose his life when fighting outside. That time when I first came to the Scarlet Cloud City, you mentioned that we should put down our grudges in this world. Dongbo Shui-ing said, I don't have any thoughts of acting against you. Are you sure you want to force me? North River's expression turned ugly. With the current reputation of Dongbo Shui-ing, if he were to force him, his days would be bleak. It was entirely possible for him to fall into a desperate situation if his comrades did not help him. For instance, if Heart Eye Sword Ancestor did not help him previously, he would have died. No. Under despair, North River would activate the imprint on his wrist and head to the third world. Dongbo Shui-ing looked at him. He knew that North River could leave this sacred world in an instant and head to the third world. Hence, he was not in a rush to force the other party. But Dongbo Shui-ing believed that Great Emperor North River was ambitious and would not be willing to leave this world easily. 3 worlds. This was an opportunity given by Yuan. Every single world was treasured. Alright, 100 God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin Lifeforms. I'll sell the 1,000-eyed water droplet to you. Great Emperor North River gritted his teeth. 100 of them? Forget it, I'll take a step back. 20 of them. I won't sell any more than that. Dongbo Shui-ing coldly said. Great Emperor North River looked at Dongbo Shui-ing before saying, You are really ruthless. I'd hand it over. This time, Dongbo Shui-ing did not say anything else. He simply threw over a storage treasure. Great Emperor North River also threw over that 1,000-eyed water droplet. What? The 1,000-eyed water droplet was like a dewdrop. As it flew through the air, it even refracted many colors. Dongbo Shui-ing extended his hand, causing the 1,000-eyed water droplet to land in his hand. I finally got it. Dongbo Shui-ing felt a wave of excitement. Even though it was possible for another 1,000-eyed water droplet to appear in the Broken Tooth Mountain range in the future, it was too rare for such a supreme treasure to appear. It was normal for one to wait for 1,000,000,000,000 years or even longer. The earlier he got it, the earlier he could comprehend it. Great Emperor North River looked at the 20 chaotic origin life form corpses within the storage treasure. He could not help but feel excited. No matter what, he had at least achieved his goal. Even though it was much lesser than what he expected. Great Emperor North River turned around and left. Dongbo Shui-ing looked at the back of Great Emperor North River. Following that, he immediately began comprehending the 1,000-eyed water droplet in his hand. He had many avatars. Some of them focused on the Tao of Void, and others on the Tao of Mirage. Wanting to transcend? He did not give up on both Tao paths. Even though it seemed he had walked further in the Tao of Void, the Tao of Mirage was more heaven-defying. And now it was so strong. Furthermore, the moment he reached the final realm, Dongbo Shui-ing could vaguely sense it. At the very least, he could fuse his soul with the origin source of the world. By then, as long as a world existed, he would never die. This was what he could ascertain. There were still many things he had yet to ascertain. Only when he broke through would he know. The soul was the foundation of a life. He had to reach the final realm in the Tao of Soul. Dongbo Shui-ing was naturally looking forward to it. Time passed. Dongbo Shui-ing spent close to 10 billion years comprehending all 15 newly obtained Void Lineage God Emperor Grand Perfection Chaotic Origin Lifeform Corpses. These 21 Void Lineage Chaotic Origin Lifeform Corpses were carefully studied by Dongbo Shui-ing time and time again. He even corroborated with one another, deducing new cultivation techniques for the chaotic origin refinement body. During these days of cultivation, Dongbo Shui-ing would occasionally form a hunting team. The moment he did so, even if he agreed to take 90% of the spoils of war, it would still drive many cultivators in Scarlet Cloud City crazy. It was fine for the apex experts. Even if they took the initiative to join the hunting team, it was to befriend him. But most Grand Perfection God Emperor Late Stage God Emperor Realm experts would do their best to join the hunting team. But Dongbo Shuang had set a limit of 50 cultivators in the hunting team. After all, it was just hunting outside the city. There was no need for too many cultivators. Dongbo Shuang took the initiative to form a hunting team. During the first hunting mission, he obtained 75 Grand Perfection God Emperor Chaotic Origin Life Form corpses. There were even more Late Stage and Middle Stage God Emperor Late Stage and God Emperor Chaotic Origin Life Form corpses. Even if only 10% of the corpses were left for the other members to distribute, most would still obtain enough food to last for billions of years. It was safe, easy, and short. Food that could last for billions of years was obtained. Naturally, the cultivators would do their best to join the hunting team. He formed teams several times. Firstly, it was to help his friends like God Eagle Snake, Scarlet Demon, and others. Secondly, it was to temper himself through battles. Dongbo Shuang would usually leave some chaotic origin life forms behind. He would not use his mirage and illusory realm to suppress them. In the blink of an eye, 100 billion years passed. There would be 4 chapters today. But the last 2 chapters would be later. Everyone could read them tomorrow morning. Star. Chapter 1369. In a hall, Dongbo Shuang and a man with dark blue hair sat opposite each other. The man's hair was messy, and his face was covered with a thick beard. However, his eyes seemed to be filled with endless wisdom. In between his brows, there was a slit that hid a third eye. "It's rare for Emperor Feishue to come see me." The blue-haired man smiled. "Emperor Ardent Creek," Dongbo Shuang said, "I've come here today to take a look at Emperor Ardent Creek's cultivation manual." Scarlet Cloud City had more than 3,000 experts. Those who truly comprehended the Tao were few and far between. The absolute majority had chaotic origin bloodlines in their bodies. That was how they reached this realm. Moreover, there were even fewer Tao comprehenders who were skilled in the Void Tao. Of the dozens of supreme experts of Crimson Cloud City, there was only one masterclass God Emperor Taoist who walked the path of the Void, Emperor Ardent Creek. Among the late-stage Tao comprehenders of God Emperor, there were only 8 who cultivated the Void lineage. The 8 Revolutions Celestial River is indeed the highest achievement I have ever cultivated. Relying on this, I have cultivated a half-chaotic origin life-form body. Monarch Ardent Creek nodded. "I will not easily impart this cultivation scripture to others. What conditions do you need? Please state them." Imperial Emperor Ardent Creek. Dongbo Shuang said, "I wouldn't care if others came to beg me. However, I still have to give face to Sovereign Emperor Feishue." With a wave of his hand, Imperial Emperor Ardent Creek tossed out a wooden token. As soon as Dongbo Shuang caught it, he immediately sensed the information contained within the wooden token. Boom, a large amount of information flowed into his mind. The 8 Revolutions Celestial River was the only complete cultivation technique that Dongbo Shuang had obtained to reach the half-chaotic origin life-form body level. In reality, when Yuan bestowed that's chaotic origin 7 strikes to Dongbo Shuang, he did not give him the cultivation technique to cultivate a half-chaotic origin life-form body. That was because, on the path towards becoming a chaotic origin life-form, he had to open it himself. Only by opening it himself would he have absolute control over it. Like those innate chaotic origin life forms, even though they were born with the chaotic origin law, they could not unleash much of their strength. He could not learn the half-chaotic origin life form body from others. Learning it would be a mistake. This was also the reason why Emperor Xiang and Dongbo Shuang had parted ways. They both had their own goals. 8 Transformations of the Heavenly River was also a different path from Dongbo Shuang. 8 Revolutions Celestial River. In the beginning, it was the formation. Emperor Ardent Creek was most skilled in formations, and he was able to use formations to manifest the void. After that, his array turned into the Celestial River, giving him the complete final realm of Cosmos God. With every revolution of the heavenly river, it was as if the level of the world was rising. Then 8 revolutions celestial river had even touched upon some of the structural profound mysteries of the chaotic origin dimension. This 8 revolutions celestial river has many different structures. It feels like it's almost the same as an origin world. It's just that it's a little rougher. Dongwu Shui-Ying thought to himself. The structure of an origin world was not complicated, but the more one experienced it, the more one would feel that the structure of an origin world was extremely meticulous. Although its structure was not complicated, it was extremely perfect. Even the weakest life form could survive in it. One had to know that in places like the world of thunder and the sacred world, those who were weaker would not be able to survive. Origin world. From the weakest to the weakest ants and even some worms. Even the strongest chaotic origin life forms could enter. It's just that their strength was suppressed. Many thanks, Emperor Ardent Creek. If Emperor Ardent Creek has anything you need my help with, feel free to tell me. Dongwu Shui-Ying said. Because everyone walked on a different path, he could at least comprehend it, absorb it, and fuse it into his own Tao path. We are all on the Tao of Void, so let's support one another. If Emperor Fei Xue reaches the half-chaotic origin life-form body, I would have to trouble Emperor Fei Xue to let me learn a thing or two of the cultivation techniques that you created. Monarch Ardent Creek said. This is something I should do. Dongwu Shui-Ying added. I have another request that I hope Emperor Fei Xue can agree to. Monarch Ardent Creek said. Please say. Dongwu Shui-Ying said. I know that 9-headed snake ancestor has invited Emperor Fei Xue to join his team to hunt down the chaotic origin prisoner, Quiet Icy Mountain Masters. Monarch Ardent Creek said, I believe other than the heart and blood, the corpse will ultimately belong to Emperor Fei Xue. Am I right? Dongwu Shui-Ying felt his heart moving. He nodded slightly. He did not deny it. Monarch Ardent Creek said, I hope that I can comprehend the corpse of this chaotic origin prisoner together with Emperor Fei Xue. The time limit will be 100 million years. Is that possible? Comprehend it together? 100 million years? Dongwu Shui-Ying muttered to himself. Monarch Ardent Creek was slightly nervous. To Tao cultivators like them, comprehending the corpse of a chaotic origin prisoner was a huge temptation. Alright, by then, you and I can comprehend it together. We can corroborate each other. Dongwu Shui-Ying nodded. He could agree to it if it was just 100 million years. Only Monarch Ardent Creek raised a few more requests. As for the other 8 Void Lineage God Emperor late-stage Tao cultivators in Scarlet Cloud City, Dongwu Shui-Ying took the initiative to exchange 2 Grand Perfection God Emperor chaotic origin life-form corpses. These 8 cultivators were very willing. They were also willing to befriend Dongwu Shui-Ying, allowing Dongwu Shui-Ying to easily obtain the other 8 scriptures. Even though these 8 scriptures were only at the late-stage God Emperor realm, and they were in other directions, they could still be used as references. By referencing the 9 scriptures in the Tao of Void, they comprehended and absorbed. Dongwu Shui-Ying had also comprehended the 21 chaotic origin lifeforms. In the following days, he would frequently spar with other cultivators. The experts in Scarlet Cloud City were still willing to give face to Dongwu Shui-Ying. They would spar with each other and verify each other's insights. Even though it was not a true life and death battle with chaotic origin lifeforms. But when he sparred with other cultivators, the techniques of the cultivators were much more unpredictable. They came from different worlds and specialized in techniques. Some of them even stunned Dongwu Shui-Ying. 9 scriptures, comprehending the corpses, sparring with each other. Dongwu Shui-Ying's accumulations became deeper. His chaotic origin refinement body was also being perfected. The gale was howling. Snow was flying everywhere. Dongwu Shui-Ying sat by himself under the pavilion watching the falling snowflakes. How difficult is it to attain a half-chaotic origin life-form body? Dongwu Shui-Ying thought. Even though his accumulations were deeper, he had yet to reach what he desired in both the Tao of Void and Tao of Mirage and Illusory realm. He was still lacking slightly to attain a half-chaotic origin life-form body. It was still hard for him to stabilize his body completely. Tao of Mirage and Illusory realm. Previously, The third killing technique he created was heaven-defying enough. Even with the thousand-eyed water droplet, it was still hard for him to create the fourth killing technique. Unknowingly, 300 billion years have passed. It is time to leave. Dongbo Shui-ing chuckled. He turned towards the corner of the corridor. At the corner of the corridor, a handsome bald young man walked over. He was none other than one of the 3 city masters of Scarlet Cloud City, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor. City Master Nine-Headed? Dongbo Shui-ing stood up. How is Brother Feishue's cultivation? Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor chuckled. Is it suitable for you to go out and hunt for chaotic origin prisoners now? It has been 300 billion years since I made the agreement with City Master Nine-Headed. Dongbo Shui-ing said, City Master Nine-Headed has asked me to cultivate until now. No matter what, now that City Master Nine-Headed has summoned me, I have to set off immediately. Ever since the 300 billion years period was up, I have been sending people to investigate. Only today did I discover that quiet Icy Mountain Master is out on a patrol again. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor said, the moment I discovered him, I immediately came to find Brother Feishue. Chapter 1370. Chaotic origin prisoners were constantly being punished and tortured. Occasionally, their punishments would become heavier. Over time, they would be tortured to the point of being forced to patrol. If he didn't go on patrol, the pain would be even more terrifying. Only when they went on patrol would the cultivators have a chance to kill them. In the territory, the chaotic origin prisoner was too strong. It was impossible to kill him. It was time to patrol and leave his lair. The further he went, the more his strength dropped. Quiet Icy Mountain Master is going out for a patrol today? Dongbo Shui-ing's eyes lit up. Let's not waste any more time. Let's depart immediately. Brother Feishue, how's your current strength? How long can you maintain your peak state? Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor asked. Even though you don't have to risk your life in battle, by then, you can easily deal against a large number of protectors. That chaotic origin prisoner, Quiet Icy Mountain Master, would most likely target you. I need to know Brother Feishue's strength so that I can make arrangements. I can maintain my peak condition for about an hour, Dongbo Shui-ing said. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor heaved a sigh of relief. Nearly an hour was a very long time. Based on what he knew, Dongbo Shui-ing could only maintain his peak physical body for a short period of time. If that was the case, the mission of protecting Monarch Feishue would be very important. It was much easier now. An hour was enough for him to do a lot of things. Admirable, admirable. In just a short 300 billion years, Brother Feishue has improved so much. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor said, It's a pity that I have yet to form a half-chaotic origin life-form body. Dongbo Shui-ing said, These words of yours will make many late-stage God Emperor Dao cultivators jealous and envious. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor laughed. Dongbo Shui-ing himself knew that his cultivation speed was extremely fast. One reason for this was because his soul was strong enough. Thus, his speed of comprehension was much faster than before. On the other hand, after his soul reached such a level, it would nourish his physical body, allowing Dongbo Shui-ing to ascertain the direction of his physical body's improvement. Only by knowing the direction could he improve so quickly. On the same day, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor's cave dwelling. Everyone, beside Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor, stood Wu Xiao and Dongbo Shui-ing. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor swept his gaze across the other cultivators in the hall. To be standing here. Half of them were top-notch experts. As for the remaining God Emperor, they were all experts in a certain aspect. Our team has a total of 56 people, and we've gathered the strongest experts in many aspects within Scarlet Cloud City. The Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor said, Since everyone agreed to help me, the Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor, the Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor, will naturally remember this in my heart. As long as I succeed this time, my promise to everyone will be fulfilled. Furthermore, if I succeed in my ultimate awakening and become a chaotic origin life form, I won't treat you unfairly. Big Brother Nine Heads, you've always helped us before. This time, we'll naturally do our best. Brother Nine-Headed, we have so many experts here. We even have Monarch Feishue and City Master Wu Xiao. Those chaotic origin life forms can't stop us at all. That quiet icy mountain master is doomed. Immediately, several Grand Perfection God Emperor experts spoke up. As for the Apex experts, they were relatively more reserved. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor clearly had an extraordinary charisma. He chuckled and nodded, that's right. With Brother Feishue and Wu Xiao around, I'm more confident. Dongwu Shui Ying and Wu Xiao both chuckled. The two of them understood that even though the Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor might seem humble, in terms of combat techniques, he and Weather Leaf were the most terrifying. Even though Wu Xiao was comparable to them in strength, he had fewer techniques and mainly relied on his fleshy body. Is everyone prepared? The Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor swept his gaze across. Nobody objected, then let us set off now. Go. The group of 56 cultivators immediately flew out of the cavern dwelling of City Master Nine-Headed. Dongwu Shui Ying also noticed Monarch Ardent Creek in this team. He could not help but transmit over, who would have thought that Monarch Ardent Creek has joined us this time? Monarch Ardent Creek wasn't in the name list given by City Master Nine-Headed previously. At the start, I wasn't in a rush to join when Nine-Headed invited me. It's just that since I have made an agreement with Monarch Feishue, I will naturally have to do my part. Monarch Ardent Creek transmitted back. Even though he was strong, he was only considered average amongst Apex experts. He was not qualified to ask for the corpse of a chaotic origin prisoner. Hence, he was too lazy to join previously. But now, he was willing. Because Dongwu Shui Ying would eventually get the corpse of a chaotic origin prisoner. Monarch Ardent Creek naturally had to do his best to help. So, they soon leaped over the city walls and flew towards the vast wasteland. They have set off. They are hunting down a chaotic origin prisoner. Furthermore, it is the quiet icy mountain master who is relatively hard to deal with. Within Scarlet Cloud City, quite a few experts stood in their cavern dwellings. They could see that team flying away in midair. This team included the two Vice City Masters and Monarch Feishue. Too many elites were gathered here. This was a rare huge operation in the entire Scarlet Cloud City. Do you guys think we can succeed? If not for Monarch Feishue, we might only have a 10% to 20% chance. But with Monarch Feishue, we have at least a 50% chance. Emin, it has been a long time since we successfully hunted down a chaotic origin prisoner. Many cultivators in the city were discussing about this matter. And at this moment, Weatherleaf was also seated in the garden of his cavern dwelling. He was watching as that team left Scarlet Cloud City. Nine-Headed has gone to hunt down the chaotic origin prisoner. Weatherleaf softly shook his head. It's a pity that a good friend has chosen the path of ultimate awakening. He understood the predicament his good friend was in. Breaking through with force? This path was too difficult. It was almost impossible. Controlling an origin world? Nobody could help Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor reincarnate. Even if the path of ultimate awakening was the simplest, it had caused too many God Emperor to be stuck at the bottleneck of Grand Perfection. I hope he succeeds. Weatherleaf thought, at least his luck is not bad. With the help of Monarch Feishue, it is possible for him to hunt down the quiet icy mountain master. Outside the city. 1. On the surface of Wu Zhao's skin, many machines that could not be seen by the naked eye immediately flew out. These machines were so small that they were even smaller than the particles in the body of ordinary cultivators. Countless machines flew out in different directions. Even though these machines were small, there were many of them. But they were incredibly tough. Even a Grand Perfection God Emperor would have to expend quite a lot of energy to destroy one of them. These tiny machines were divided into different types. Their scouting methods were different. It was almost impossible to escape from their detection using different methods. In terms of large-scale scouting, Wu Xiao was the undisputed #1 expert in Scarlet Cloud City. Chi, there was also a cultivator who had an enormous eye that contained many mysteries. He could easily look in all directions, observing one direction after another from the distance to carry out his investigation. Including Wu Xiao, the 3 experts in charge of scouting were using their own techniques. More domains descended. The entire team disappeared. They were stealthily advancing through the desolate plains. This is the current location of the quiet, icy mountain master and the approximate distribution of the surrounding chaotic origin lifeforms. We have already investigated them. 9-headed snake ancestor used his communication treasure to transmit this information to every team member. We will be proceeding according to this first route. We should be able to reach in 2 days. Dongwu Shuiying and the others agreed with 9-headed snake ancestor's arrangement. 9-headed snake ancestor had made ample preparations. July. Snow Eagle Overlord would also end this month. Chapter 1371. Dongwu Shuiying could feel that this team was clearly much stronger than the team established by Taoist Hidden Horizon previously. Rushing for a full day, this team was only discovered by a group of chaotic origin lifeforms. That was the first battle they had after leaving Scarlet Cloud City. In reality, this battle was because 9-headed snake ancestor and the others had discussed and felt that taking a detour wasn't suitable. It was better for them to just crush their way through. Kill. This team clashed with a large group of blackbirds. 9-headed snake ancestor roared out. At the same time, 9 huge snake illusions appeared behind him. The 9 snakes swayed. Every snake was emitting a different energy. The 9 different energies instantly formed an enormous 9-colored domain that suppressed in all directions. Let's kill to our heart's content. Wu Xiao guffawed. With a sway of his body, he turned into a 3,000 meters tall silvery white giant. Extending his hand, his palm directly grabbed at a grand perfection God Emperor chaotic origin life form flying beast. That black bird struggled in an attempt to escape. But as Wu Xiao's palm descended, strange layers of energy bound this black bird. It could not escape at all. Following that enormous palm grabbed hold of this black bird. With a single grab, the center of the palm caved in like a black hole that devoured this bird. A grand perfection chaotic origin life form God Emperor had been captured alive in a single move. This strength even made Dongwu Shuiying slightly raise his eyebrows. Some of the apex experts in Scarlet Cloud City could kill a grand perfection chaotic origin life form God Emperor one-on-one. As for the 3 city masters, they were much more straightforward. Of which Wu Xiao, who had the most terrifying fleshy body, might not have as many techniques as the other 2 city masters, whether Leaf and 9-headed snake ancestor, but his techniques were pure. Most importantly, it was his fleshy body. Just based on how terrifying his fleshy body was, he could stand side by side with the other 2. At this moment, he could easily capture a grand perfection chaotic origin life form God Emperor. Celestial River. Emperor Ardent Creek attacked as well. A bizarre river appeared around him, and this river was covered with layers of illusory images. If one looked closely, one would see that this terrifying river had a total of 8 illusory images, and they seemed to appear on different levels of space. When those chaotic origin lifeforms entered the region affected by this river, they seemed to have lost their way. They could not find their companions, much less their enemies. The cultivators could easily defeat them one by one. Forget about 9-headed snake ancestor and Wu Xiao. The other apex experts present had their own techniques. Even if God Emperor had 10 or 20 grand perfection chaotic origin lifeforms, they could easily deal with them. Not to mention working together now. Even those experts with the strength of a grand perfection God Emperor in the team were chosen because they were outstanding in certain aspects. When they worked together, the effects were miraculously good. It was a one-sided massacre. Brother Feishue, you must not use any spiritual attacks along the way. The 9-headed snake ancestor transmitted a message. If your soul technique is discovered by the quiet icy mountain master, he will immediately choose to escape. When it is time to use it, I'll inform you. City Master 9-headed, rest assured. Dongwu Shuiying chuckled. Oh right, previously when I went out with Taoist Hidden Horizon and the others, I have used my soul technique. After that, I have also used it when hunting outside the city. Will the quiet icy mountain master receive the news? Rest assured. City Master Nine-Headed confidently transmitted, there are many innate chaotic origin life forms in the sacred world, and they are split into many tribes. Different tribes do not interact with each other. At least from what we can see, they are all from the same tribe. There are practically no interactions between the different tribes. The small twists and turns along the way are not worth mentioning to us. That is why I asked you to hide your soul technique. But remember, the moment we meet the chaotic origin lifeform tribe under the quiet icy mountain master, quiet destruction wolves, you must be even more vigilant. Because the moment we reveal ourselves and frighten the quiet icy mountain master, he might not give us another chance. Understood? They continued moving forward. It was a relaxing journey. With the strength of this team, as long as they were careful and did not offend any powerful enemies, they would not face any danger. Torrential rain poured down. In the sky above the lake, many huge fishes flew out and killed their way towards Dongbu Ying and the others. Hong, another huge battle ensued. Dongbu Ying wielded a spear in his hand. He was only slightly executing it. Nine-headed snake ancestor had always been protecting Dongbu Ying by his side. He did not allow Dongbu Ying to encounter any danger at all. Monarch Feishue? Suddenly, a transmission came from his communication treasure. Dongbu Ying diverted a strand of his consciousness to check it. I am the Vice City Master of Sky Noon City, Sun Yi. I have relied on the treasure spirits of Sky Noon Hall and Scarlet Cloud Hall to contact you. City Master Sun Yi? Dongbu Ying was startled. I wonder why are you looking for me? He was the only Tao of Void cultivator that was ranked as a City Master and Vice City Master in the 5 assembly grounds of the sacred world. I heard that you are currently working together with Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor and the others to deal against Quiet Icy Mountain Master? Sun Yi transmitted with a smile. City Master Sun Yi's news is indeed well informed. Dongbu Ying replied. It was normal for Sun Yi to know about this matter since the 5 cities were in contact with each other. Don't blame me for speaking harshly. City Master Nine-Headed wants to use the heart and blood of Quiet Icy Mountain Master to cultivate and achieve an ultimate awakening. He has already planned this many times. That Quiet Icy Mountain Master has long been frightened and is constantly vigilant. Furthermore, among the 3 Void Lineage Chaotic Origin prisoners, Quiet Icy Mountain Master is the strongest. He is too vigilant and powerful. The chances of you killing him are too low. City Master Sun Yi transmitted, even if you have that heaven-defying soul technique of yours, Monarch Feishue, easily dealing with those protectors, the chances of you succeeding are less than 50%. Dongbu Ying had to admit that what Sun Yi said was logical. Quiet Icy Mountain Master was indeed the hardest to deal with among the 3 Void Lineage Chaotic Origin prisoners. Monarch Feishue, you are a Tao cultivator. You only need the corpse to comprehend it. Any one of the 3 Void Lineage Chaotic Origin prisoners isn't too different to you. City Master Sun Yi transmitted, let me invite you. After this matter is over, come to my Sky Noon City. I will build a team to deal against one of the 3 Void Lineage Chaotic Origin prisoners, Golden River Master. Golden River Master is much easier to deal with than Quiet Icy Mountain Master. The moment I succeed, I only need to comprehend this corpse for 1 billion years. You can also comprehend it together with me. After 1 billion years, you can bring the entire corpse away. How about that? Like Dongbu Ying, he had yet to attain a half-chaotic origin lifeform body. He still needed to accumulate more experience. And City Master Sun Yi had long attained a half-chaotic origin lifeform body. He was incredibly powerful. What he needed was a spark. Perhaps a spark might allow him to break through. If he could not break through in 1 billion years, that corpse of a chaotic origin prisoner would be useless to him. Let's talk about it after this matter is over. Dongbu Ying transmitted. Also, Monarch Feishue, I have to remind you that you are currently in the most dangerous situation in the team. The moment that Quiet Icy Mountain Master falls into a desperate situation, he will definitely choose to kill you under his madness. As long as he kills you, he can easily escape with his many protectors. He might even retaliate. Hence, you must be careful. If you die under the retaliation of quiet, icy mountain master, it won't be worth it. Many thanks for City Master Sun Yi's reminder. Dongbo Xueying became more vigilant. If he was forced to activate his imprint and leave this world, it would not be worth it. Because quiet, icy mountain master was out on a patrol, his location was also moving. Dongbo Xueying and the others changed their route accordingly. After spending 2.5 days, they finally arrived at their destination smoothly, a location where quiet, icy mountain master was on his way back. We are currently blocking quiet, icy mountain master's way back. He wants to return to his territory? He definitely can't evade us. Nine-headed snake ancestor swept his gaze across the surroundings. This is the most hopeful time for me. I hope for everyone to lend me a hand. Rest assured. City Master Nine-headed, since we have agreed, we will naturally do our best. Everyone acknowledged. Nine-headed snake ancestor nodded. All right. Now, let us get closer to this chaotic origin prisoner. So, the team moved forward once again. Because they had taken a huge detour, they were already on the other party's way back. In addition to Dongbo Xueying and his team moving at their fastest speed, they were much faster than quiet icy mountain master who was heavily suppressed and punished. They were not worried that the other party could escape. They had always been moving forward carefully. The distance between both parties was constantly shrinking. It's just that the chaotic origin prisoner quiet icy mountain master had been ambushed several times. He was already very vigilant. The closer they were to him, the more scouts he sent. It's the cultivators. Kill them. Finally, Dongbo Xueying and his team were discovered by a team of chaotic origin lifeforms, quiet destruction wolves. No choice. They were too concentrated. We have been exposed. We can't care anymore. Now, let's charge over at our fastest speed. Nine-headed snake ancestor and the others did not hold back at all. They disregarded all obstructions and charged over at their fastest speed. The chaotic origin prisoner quiet icy mountain master was wearing a dark golden robe. His hair was let down, and his aura was extraordinary. It's just that his wrists and ankles were shackled too. The shackles even extended into the void. The golden inscriptions on the shackles were constantly lighting up. All sorts of torture descended on every part of his body. There will be a day when we innate chaotic origin lifeforms suffer from slavery and torture will be returned back to those overlords by 1,000 times. Quiet icy mountain master's heart was filled with killing intent and hatred. Any high-graded chaotic origin lifeform that was imprisoned in the sacred world had to suffer. They had even become whetstones for these weak cultivators. These days were filled with despair and agony. They felt humiliated too. Overlord, even though he was filled with hatred and anger. Thinking about those weak life forms that cultivated and eventually stood at the highest level in the chaotic origin dimension, becoming the most terrifying overlords, quiet icy mountain master could not help but feel fear. These overlords were simply too powerful. The overlords protected large regions and many origin worlds. They will die. Those weak life forms and those origin worlds should be the food for us innate chaotic origin life forms. Quiet icy mountain master felt resentful. King, we discovered a team of cultivators. King, there is a team of cultivators that discovered the cultivator to nine-headed snake ancestor. King, we discovered nine-headed snake ancestor. Many voice transmissions sounded in the heart of quiet icy mountain master. Quiet icy mountain master's expression changed. Nine-headed snake ancestor? Because of the several assaults, quiet icy mountain master had long treated nine-headed snake ancestor as a thorn in his side. He had even passed down detailed information regarding nine-headed snake ancestor. The moment any chaotic origin life form under him discovered nine-headed snake ancestor, they would immediately report to him. They are here again? The eyes of quiet icy mountain master flashed with a murderous light. Chapter 1372. This was because ever since Dongwu Ying and his team had been exposed, they no longer hid themselves and charged over at the fastest speed possible. Quiet Icy Mountain Master also received the news. Scarlet Cloud City's Vice City Lord, Wu Shao, Great Emperor Heaven Smiting, Monarch Ardent Creek. The flying speed of the cultivators is about 3 times faster than ours. It's too fast, it's coming. Information kept coming in. Quiet Icy Mountain Master's expression was cold. Chi chi chi. Suddenly, the golden inscriptions on the shackles brightened. The chaotic origin prisoner Quiet Icy Mountain Master could not help but let out a low cry of pain. This pain had seeped into every single part of his body. It was also deep into his soul. This was a torture that the Overlord had specially prepared for them. They actually stealthily intercepted my way back, and even gathered quite a few powerful cultivators. Quiet Icy Mountain Master gritted his teeth and pondered. He had 2 choices. The first option was to send out all the guards to intercept him. He had 3,000 guards by his side, and another 2,000 were responsible for scouting the surroundings. With a single order, a large number of guards went forward to intercept them. Presumably, they would be able to stall for some time. On the other hand, he moved alone and returned to his lair as fast as he could. Although the speed that he erupted with all his strength was not as fast as the fastest cultivator in Scarlet Cloud City, the difference was not too big. If his subordinates could hold him back for a little longer, he could take a detour and escape. After all, the closer he was to his lair, the stronger he would be. But when the torture broke out, the closer he was, the stronger the torture became. He was also forced to patrol. Too dangerous. Send out all the guards to obstruct them. If they don't stall for enough time, they will catch up to us. It would be dangerous for me to face a group of them. If they were closer to the nest, they might be able to survive. If I'm too far away, I might lose my life. Quiet Icy Mountain Master thought to himself. Although he had suffered endless pain and torture, he was still unwilling to die just like that. He was still waiting. They were waiting for an innate chaotic origin life form expert to descend onto this world and save them. The other option is to escape with the guards. Although it was impossible for him to escape, he still had to fight. Silent Icy Mountain Master thought to himself. Escape together. He had 3,000 guards by his side. The 2,000 guards in the surrounding area would also quickly gather together. In the process of escaping, he could also order his subordinates to continuously gather. When he fought against the cultivators, the number of troops under his command might increase to 6,000 or 7,000. With such a large number of subordinates, even though that troop was very powerful, they wouldn't be able to protect themselves. Let's escape together. Silent Icy Mountain Master made his decision. In fact, if he knew that Dongwu Ying's soul technique could easily deal with the guards, he would have chosen the first option. The first option, with so many guards delaying and obstructing him, he could escape alone. There was hope of escape. After all, the closer he was to his lair, the stronger he was, and the faster he could fly. However, he did not know about Dongwu Ying's soul technique. He chose the second path that he felt was more confident in. The protectors under the chaotic origin prisoner Quiet Icy Mountain Master continued gathering. Very soon, 5,000 protectors were gathered together. Furthermore, they were taking a detour to escape. As they escaped, they ordered their subordinates further away to gather over. And all these were under the investigation of this team led by Dongwu Ying. That chaotic origin prisoner has indeed chosen to escape with his protectors. Wu Shao sneered. With so many protectors, he will feel more at ease. City Master Nine-Headed sneered. He doesn't dare to gamble and isn't willing to gamble. He is afraid of dying in our hands. After all, he is a high-graded chaotic origin life form. If he were to die in the hands of cultivators who aren't even chaotic origin life forms, it would be a huge humiliation to him. It's a pity that he is wrong this time. We have Monarch Feishue. With Monarch Feishue, he is doomed this time. Right, he is doomed. Quite a few heart cultivators in the team had come to deal with Quiet Icy Mountain Master multiple times. The entire team was enveloped by an enormous golden bird. The golden bird was resplendent. With a flap of its wings, it easily arced through the sky. Its speed was so fast that even Dongwu Ying was startled. It was unquestionably the fastest in Scarlet Cloud City. Ever since Quiet Icy Mountain Master chose to escape, Dongwu Ying and his team did not meet with any huge obstacles. Their journey was smooth. I see him. He is over there. Dongwu Ying and the others could see from afar that there was an incomparably huge tribe of chaotic origin lifeforms. Quiet Icy Mountain Master was still maintaining his human form. Around him were more than 6,000 Quiet Destruction Wolves. These Quiet Destruction Wolves were entirely black. Their bodies were vaguely translucent. Close to 6,000 of them were at the Grand Perfection God Emperor realm. There were also a few hundred that were at the late-stage God Emperor realm. Hong. The two teams no longer fled. Instead, they were moving towards each other. One team was huge. After all, every Quiet Destruction Wolf was huge, and there were more than 6,000 of them covering the void. As for the cultivators, there were only 56 of them. They were comparatively fewer. But Quiet Icy Mountain Master did not dare to be careless because he was clear that this team of cultivators was very powerful. Even though he had many subordinates, there were too many of them. It was impossible for the 6,000 of them to attack 56 of them at the same time. When the team of cultivators worked together, it was entirely possible for them to charge through this group of protectors. Of course, the moment the team of cultivators was attacked, it would be troublesome for them. Nine-headed snake ancestor, you are truly unresigned. Quiet Icy Mountain Master's voice reverberated in the void. That's right, I am unresigned. I am here again. I advise you to obediently accept your death. That way, you will no longer have to suffer, and there is no need for me to torment you anymore. Nine-headed snake ancestor added. You aren't even a chaotic origin life form, yet you dare to act arrogantly in front of me? Quiet Icy Mountain Master shook his head. You have been suppressed heavily, and your strength isn't much stronger than us. So don't be too delighted. You are merely imprisoned here by the magnificent overlords. In the end, you will still die. Since that's the case, why don't you just accept your death? Nine-headed snake ancestor said. As they conversed, the distance between the two teams shortened. You have failed several times in the past. Some of the cultivators have even been eaten by me. Quiet Icy Mountain Master licked his lips. The taste of cultivators is truly wonderful. Before he was imprisoned, he had never cared about eating cultivators. But now, the overlords had imprisoned them and placed down heavy punishments and tortures. When they ate cultivators, the pain they felt would be reduced. They would even feel extremely comfortable for a short period of time. They had gotten used to it after being tortured day and night. Suddenly, they felt extremely comfortable. Even high-graded chaotic origin life forms were looking forward to it. Kill. Nine-headed snake ancestor's expression turned cold as he shouted. Children, kill them. Quiet Icy Mountain Master's eyes were filled with killing intent. Hong Hong, both teams finally clashed. The team of cultivators were like the edge of a blade. They easily broke through all obstacles and killed their way through. As for the Quiet Destruction Wolves, even though they were forced back and injured, their life force was incredibly strong. Only Wu Xiao could kill them with a single move. Even Nine-headed Snake Ancestor had to use several moves to kill a Grand Perfection Quiet Destruction Wolf of God Emperor. In addition, they were also supporting one another. The life force of the Quiet Destruction Wolves was amazing. For a moment, they were madly entangling with Dongwu Ying and his team. 1,000, 2,000, with such a huge advantage in numbers, and with Dongwu Ying not using his soul technique, this team of cultivators had to do their best to charge forward. As long as I can break their coordination, they will definitely suffer some losses. Quiet Icy Mountain Master watched as the team of cultivators charged towards him. He was filled with confidence. His previous experiences made him understand that even though this team of cultivators seemed to have an impenetrable defense, it was because they had good coordination. After all, several thousand Grand Perfection God Emperor Quiet Destruction Wolves were too frightening. The moment there was a problem with their coordination, If they were to fight one-on-one, then it would be easy for them to die, especially those with the strength of a grand perfection god emperor. Without the cooperation of their comrades, they would most likely die under the joint attack of 10 to 20 quiet destruction wolves. I have to find an opportunity to break their coordination in one fell swoop. Quiet Icy Mountain Master carefully observed. He even retreated slightly, maintaining a distance from this team of cultivators while searching for an opportunity to act. It should be time to act, right? Nine-headed, it is time to act. We can't delay any longer. Many voices were transmitted over. Many cultivators were paying attention to Nine-headed Snake Ancestor. We are already very close. Nine-headed Snake Ancestor carefully observed. We will be able to charge through this distance. All right, Brother Feishue, make your move. I have been waiting for City Lord Nine-headed to say that. Dongbua Shui-Ying, who had been protected by the team, had a thought. Hong, a huge illusory world descended, enveloping a large number of quiet destruction wolves. At this moment, roughly 5,000 quiet destruction wolves were within the range of the illusory world domain. Chapter 1373. These Grand Perfection God Emperor Quiet Destruction Wolves were all incredibly intelligent. At this moment, they discovered to their horror that their souls were being dragged by a terrifying force. They were falling towards a huge illusory world that their consciousness could sense. They could feel how horrifying that huge illusory world was. The moment they completely fell into it, they would most likely die. Naturally, they tried their best to resist against it. But most of their heart force was used to resist against this illusory realm, causing their combat techniques to be much cruder and clumsier. Their strength has been greatly reduced. Only the late-stage God Emperor is left. We can easily sweep them away. They aren't a threat at all. The cultivators were in great joy. For instance, Vice City Master Wu Xiao was 3,000 meters tall. His huge silvery white body gave off an incomparably ferocious aura. With a casual sweep of his hands, peng 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 peng, 300 over quiet destruction wolves were directly swept away by his palms, causing blood to splatter all over the place. After all, late-stage God Emperor was just a level weaker than Grand Perfection God Emperor. The gap between them and Apex experts was even greater. They could be suppressed with a single move. It was only because their survival capabilities were strong that they did not die so easily. Encountering Wu Xiao and Nine-headed Snake Ancestor, who were much stronger than Apex experts, those quiet destruction wolves were simply swept away. Awesome! Awesome! Great Emperor Heaven Calamity guffawed. His strength was close to that of the 3 city masters. At this moment his blade flashed, causing many quiet destruction wolves to fly away. Even though these quiet destruction wolves are greatly weakened, their bodies are still as strong as ever. It is easy to repel them, but killing them is slightly troublesome. We don't have to care about these quiet destruction wolves. As long as we kill that chaotic origin prisoner, our mission will be completed. As for the quiet destruction wolves, do you think we lack food? Monarch Feishue's soul technique is truly formidable. The moment it is used, we immediately gain the upper hand. After the cultivators saw how effective Dongbua Shui-Ying's technique was, they were filled with confidence. Many cultivators revealed a grin on their faces. Even though the quiet destruction wolves were working together, the cultivators were working together too. Furthermore, their coordination was much better. Naturally, they were able to suppress these quiet destruction wolves. Block them. Stop these cultivators. The chaotic origin prisoner, Quiet Icy Mountain Master, who stood behind the group of quiet destruction wolves, had an ugly expression on his face. His eyes were filled with fury. He immediately transmitted to every protector under him. At this moment, Quiet Icy Mountain Master felt an unprecedented danger. He stared at that white-robed young man standing at the center of a group of cultivators, Dongbua Shui-Ying. When Dongbua Shui-Ying executed his Mirage and Illusory Realm technique, given Quiet Icy Mountain Master's high-graded chaotic origin life form level of life, He could easily sense that this enormous illusory realm was being controlled by this white-robed young man. It's actually able to greatly reduce the strength of all the guards within its range. Quiet Icy Mountain Master watched as the silent destruction wolves attacked without fear of death, yet they were still easily sent flying. He could not help but feel anxious. The guards can't stop them. What should we do now? It was too late. The still destruction hounds under his command would not be able to stop them for long. The cultivators would definitely catch up to him. At that time, he would probably die even if he were to surround and attack him. There is only one way. A murderous glint flashed in the eyes of Quiet Icy Mountain Master, and that is to use everything I have to kill this white-robed young man. As long as he dies, the strength of all the protectors will no longer be affected, and the danger will be resolved. Who knows, I might even be able to wipe out this team of cultivators. I have to risk it all. Quiet Icy Mountain Master made his decision. Even though he had been ambushed many times previously, in reality, he had never truly used everything he had. But this time, he understood that he had to risk his life. Only by doing so would he have a chance of survival. Quiet Icy Mountain Master immediately turned into a stream of light. He took the initiative to welcome the team of cultivators. The team of cultivators also charged towards him. Dongbushui Ying was completely protected by the team. Even the true body of Vice City Master Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor was standing by Dongbushui Ying's side at all times. He was personally protecting him. He was merely controlling his nine-headed combat body from afar. But Dongbushui Ying knew that this was a killing move of Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor under normal circumstances. It was not considered risking his life. Hong Hong Hong. The 3,000-meter silvery white body of Vice City Master Wu Xiao charged to the front. He swept away the quiet destruction wolves that came to entangle him and defended against Quiet Icy Mountain Master. The other Apex experts and the nine-headed combat body were also attacking Quiet Icy Mountain Master ferociously. That region where the cultivators fought would occasionally be flattened. It was like a painting. The group of experts seemed to have become characters in the painting. They were all fighting within the painting. At times, the space was like a Rubik's Cube that was divided into different spatial lattices. And Wu Xiao and the others were also wantonly destroying those spatial lattices. They were rapidly attacking that Quiet Icy Mountain Master. They did not give Quiet Icy Mountain Master any chance of escaping. Scram! Quiet Icy Mountain Master seemed to have gone mad. He wanted to kill his way to where Dongbushui Ying was. But this group of half-chaotic origin life-form bodies were currently attacking him. Hong! Quiet Icy Mountain Master was incredibly powerful. A casual punch from him could shatter a piece of space. Only Wu Xiao, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor's nine-headed combat body, and Great Emperor Heaven Calamity could resist against those punches without falling into a disadvantage. When he fights, he will suffer many injuries in his body. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor who stood by the side of Dongbushui Ying revealed a grin. He leisurely said, the stronger he is, the more serious his injuries will be. The longer he fights, the more serious his injuries will be. This is beneficial to us. He won't drag on like this. Just watch, he will be going all out soon. City Master Nine-Headed, it seems you are quite confident. Dongbushui Ying transmitted, I can't say I am 100% confident. But in history, the sacred world has killed other chaotic origin prisoners. I have some conjectures about the techniques that chaotic origin prisoners would use when they go all out. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor said, previously, we have never forced this Quiet Icy Mountain Master into a state of despair. Hence, we aren't too clear about his techniques. But we have the advantage in overall strength. I feel that it is still possible for us to kill him. The only crucial point is, we have to protect you. If you die, we can only choose to escape. During the conversation, the distant Quiet Icy Mountain Master suddenly let out a painful roar. He had changed. Previously, he was still in his human form. Accompanied by the painful roar, his body started wriggling. He had actually transformed into a completely black and translucent quiet destruction wolf. It's just that his body was covered in many golden inscriptions. His body and claws were filled with injuries. One could see the golden inscriptions imprinted on his flesh. His flesh was withered, and his bones were filled with golden inscriptions flowing. His bones were also filled with crisscrossing cracks. This was a quiet destruction wolf that looked miserable. He was heavily injured, but his aura was abnormally terrifying. Even though he was being suppressed, the surface of his black skin was faintly showing the laws and profound mysteries of the void lineage. He has turned into his true body. Nine-headed snake ancestor transmitted, everyone be careful. He's going all out. This is the first time I see quiet icy mountain master turning into his true body. He is going crazy. Once he goes crazy, he will die soon. All the cultivators present were extremely vigilant. Dong Wuxuang was also wielding his spear. He was also on guard against the distant quiet icy mountain master. Because of the shackles and restraints deep within his bones and muscles, it was hard for chaotic origin prisoners to change their physical appearance. It was very difficult for chaotic origin prisoners to change their physical appearance because changing their body would affect many restraints within their body, causing their injuries to worsen. Their pain would also reach a horrifying stage. Nevertheless, they were ultimately innate chaotic origin lifeforms. Only by transforming into their true bodies could they unleash their peak strength. Die for me. The eyes of the quiet icy mountain master were filled with killing intent. His four hooves stomped on the ground, and his silhouette became blurry. Everywhere he passed, void blades would appear, slicing through the void and slashing at every cultivator around him. His current speed was something that even Wu Xiao could not obstruct. A large number of void-sharp blades had actually caused the cultivators to be slightly flustered. Nine-headed snake ancestor's expression changed. He is actually this powerful when he is going all out? Combat body unity. A murderous glint flashed in the eyes of nine-headed snake ancestor. The 9 huge snake illusions behind him suddenly surged with energy, causing the distant 9-headed combat body to dissipate. Furthermore, the body of 9-headed snake ancestor expanded. At the same time, the 9-headed combat body condensed on the surface of his body, fusing together with his true body. One had to know that being the greatest expert in the history of Hex, Xuang had carefully selected 9 types of chaotic origin bloodlines, allowing his fleshy body to surpass most grand perfection god emperors. His body was originally powerful, and the moment he fused with the 9-headed combat body, he would become his strongest killing technique. Die for me. Quiet icy mountain master who had broken through all obstructions erupted with his strongest technique. He was clear. His injuries had worsened after transforming into his true body. He was not qualified to fight for a prolonged period. The moment he transformed into his true body, he would have to unleash his killing technique. Either he succeeded in one fell swoop, or he would fail. 1. When 9-headed snake ancestor obstructed quiet icy mountain master, 9-headed snake ancestor suddenly felt his surroundings turning silent. Incomparably silent. All sound disappeared. Under this absolute silence, 9-headed snake ancestor couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. It was too cold, and even his conscious thoughts felt as though they had been frozen. Even his conscious thoughts became very slow, not good. Dong Wuxuang discovered that 9-headed snake ancestor, who was originally not any weaker than Wu Xiao, had suddenly slowed down by a level. It seemed he could not resist against the terrifyingly fast quiet icy mountain master. Wah! Quiet icy mountain master gritted his teeth. A layer of bizarre water droplet layer actually appeared on the surface of his body. Even his hooves and claws were covered in a layer of water droplet layer. When the water droplet layer appeared, his speed had increased by another 60%. His body clashed against the void, causing the void to naturally split apart. His strength had clearly risen. Clearly, for the sake of killing Dong Wuxuang in a single move, quiet icy mountain master had used all his techniques. It is sufficient to kill a god emperor grand perfection realm expert. Quiet icy mountain master thought. The three city masters would usually have to use quite a few techniques to kill a Grand Perfection God Emperor Grand Perfection Realm expert. Quiet Icy Mountain Master wanted to succeed in a single move. Naturally, he had to use all his techniques. Hong. Dongwu Shui Ying's body abruptly expanded by a size. From his previous elegant appearance, he became tall and sturdy. His height was also about 2 meters. The surface of his skin was covered in a deep gray light. I am also an apex expert. Dongwu Shui Ying's spear simply revolved. Layers of space appeared in front of him, blocking against Quiet Icy Mountain Master. The surface of Quiet Icy Mountain Master's body was covered in a layer of water droplets. He easily broke through the layers of space before clashing against that spear. Dongwu Shui Ying was sent flying. After the strange energy was weakened by the spear, some of it still managed to enter his body. But now that his half-chaotic origin lifeform body was sufficiently strong, Dongwu Shui Ying merely felt a sweetness in his throat before spurting out blood. What? Quiet Icy Mountain Master felt his heart turning cold. This white-robed young man is so strong too? His strength was only slightly weaker than Wu Xiao and Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor, and the difference was limited. How could he kill the other party instantaneously? It's over. Quiet Icy Mountain Master understood that he could not escape from this calamity. Chapter 1374. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor was truly stunned. The surroundings became quiet, and his body felt cold. Even his thoughts became a beat slower. Even though he was doing his best to stop it, even though he was doing his best to obstruct the other party, Quiet Icy Mountain Master's speed was frighteningly fast. After Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor slowed by a beat, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor understood that he could not obstruct the other party at all. With his strength, he could protect himself. But he could not protect Dongwu Shui Ying. I should have arranged for 2 more apex experts to protect Monarch Feishue. At this moment, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor felt a strand of regret. He was too confident of himself. Of course, it was also because Dongwu Shui Ying had the strength of an apex expert in the Tao of Void. If Dongwu Shui Ying merely had the strength of God Emperor at Grand Perfection, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor would definitely not dare to do so. He would have arranged for 2 to 3 more apex experts to protect him. I can only rely on Monarch Feishue. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor could only watch as everything happened. This feeling of watching Monarch Feishue fighting with Quiet Icy Mountain Master made Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor flustered. A layer of water droplets appeared on the surface of Quiet Icy Mountain Master's body. Even his hooves and claws were covered. That strange layer of water droplets. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor could see that it was an application at the Tao of Void at the chaotic origin level that increased Quiet Icy Mountain Master's strength by a few times. Pung! Both parties clashed. Monarch Feishue's spear was forced back while spurting blood. Yet his life aura did not seem to have any change. Very good. He has merely injured Monarch Feishue lightly. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor felt great joy in his heart. After all, the surrounding cultivators had already worked together. Some of their domain techniques had already been executed, suppressing that Quiet Icy Mountain Master. To injure an apex expert in a single move, it was already the full effort of the Chaotic Origin Prisoner Quiet Icy Mountain Master. Chaotic Origin Prisoner, die. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor regained his consciousness. He flipped his hand, causing 9 huge tentacles to stretch out and grab at Quiet Icy Mountain Master. South, when Quiet Icy Mountain Master saw Dongwu Shui Ying being forced back while spurting blood, he knew that this white-robed young man was also an apex expert. Hence, he did not hesitate to escape. Keep them busy. Stop them at all costs. Quiet Icy Mountain Master gave the order to all his guards. As for himself, he maintained his true form and fled as fast as he could. Stop him. Stop him. Even though Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor and the others were giving it their all, under the influence of Quiet Icy Mountain Master's berserk state, they were able to charge out of the obstructions even at the cost of injuries. Quick chase. The cultivators were all anxious. However, the silent destruction wolves that covered the sky and covered the earth were constantly entangling him. They were not afraid of death, and their bodies were extremely strong. Hurry! Hurry! The cultivators worked together, with Deputy City Lord Wu Xiao at the forefront as the Yarrow. The others worked together and cooperated perfectly, madly rushing forward. Although he was hindered by the silence destruction wolves, his speed was still very fast. Half an hour later, they had finally shaken off the 6,000 silent destruction wolves. I finally got rid of him. It really wasn't easy. Dongwu Shuiying let out a sigh of relief. He had no choice. The silence destruction wolves were too hard to deal with. They kept charging forward in batches. Furthermore, there were many more silence destruction wolves rushing to the front to obstruct them. It was amazing that they managed to shake off the wolves within an hour. To chase after him, the team of cultivators was surrounded by an enormous golden bird. With a flap of its wings, it easily arced through the sky at an incredible speed. Even though the naked eyes could no longer see the position of Quiet Icy Mountain Master, the cultivators had already sent out many spies. They had always been looking for the whereabouts of Quiet Icy Mountain Master. Even though he could conceal his aura as a chaotic origin prisoner, it was impossible for him to hide his shackles. Quiet Icy Mountain Master was currently escaping in a panic. He was rushing back to his territory at his fastest speed. Nonetheless, he was too far away from his territory. He had no choice. Because every time he patrolled, he had to be further away. Because if he was not far enough, the pain would be unbearable. King, we couldn't stop them at all. We can't stop them anymore. His subordinates transmitted. Quiet Icy Mountain Master felt grief and indignation in his heart, truly a group of trash. How could they shake off 6,000 of them so easily? He was doing his best to escape. As he maintained his true body, his injuries were constantly worsening. The golden inscriptions on the surface of his body were constantly flashing. They were becoming more and more dazzling. Because this was the eruption period of the punishment. During the eruption period, he should leave his territory to lessen the pain. But now that he was rushing back to his territory, the pain was continuously increasing. He's here. Quiet Icy Mountain Master saw it. After escaping for slightly more than 2 hours, he finally saw a huge golden bird arcing through the sky and chasing after him. It was much faster than him. Within that huge golden bird was that group of cultivators. There was 9-headed snake ancestor whom he hated, and that white-robed young man who specialized in soul techniques. Chaotic origin prisoner, you can no longer escape. 9-headed snake ancestor's voice reverberated in the world. Hong, the 9-colored domain enveloped over. It suppressed the escaping Quiet Icy Mountain Master, causing his speed to decrease significantly. Hong hong hong. The group of cultivators immediately began frantically attacking. This time, it was much more enjoyable than before because there were no protectors obstructing them. They could attack with their full strength. Some worked together, and some coordinated with each other. All of them were attacking Quiet Icy Mountain Master alone. Even though Quiet Icy Mountain Master was slightly closer to his territory, his strength had increased by 30%. But the current situation was much worse. Because without any obstructions, the cultivators were able to increase their power by at least 1-fold. Quiet Icy Mountain Master frantically retaliated. Nevertheless, there were many layers of obstructions. Vice City Master Wu Xiao and 9-headed snake ancestor were at the forefront. Great Emperor Heaven Calamity and other apex experts were by the side. They formed layer after layer of offensive techniques. And God Emperor, who had a grand perfection combat strength, was at the outer perimeter. This chaotic origin prisoner was already at the end of his rope. He could no longer kill a single cultivator even if he wanted to. He is dead for sure. Dongwu Shuiying sighed inwardly. He was fighting against a group of cultivators alone. When the techniques were known by the cultivators, given the techniques of the cultivators, why would they give the chaotic origin prisoner any chance? Don't be anxious. Let's be more careful and patient. 9-headed snake ancestor even transmitted to everyone. He is currently maintaining his true body. His injuries are continuously worsening. As long as we drag on, he will definitely die. There is no need for us to take the risk. Understood? This chaotic origin prisoner is slightly mad. The cultivators perfectly coordinated with each other. They watched as that chaotic origin prisoner struggled. A high-graded chaotic origin life form. Under the restraints of punishment, he was being attacked by a group of half-chaotic origin life form body experts. And he was approaching the final moments of his life. I actually died in the hands of a group of brats who aren't even chaotic origin life forms. The chaotic origin prisoner, Quiet Icy Mountain Master, felt his injuries getting worse. He was nearing the final moments. He could not help but feel grief and indignation. Those layers of shackles had penetrated into every single part of his body. If he could erupt with his full strength, he could wipe out all these ants with a single move. But it was useless. There will be a day. There will be a day when an expert from my innate chaotic origin lifeform clan will descend to this world and save our imprisoned comrades. We will kill all these cultivators. And those few strongest overlords who protect the countless dimensions will eventually fall. This endless chaotic origin dimension will ultimately belong to us. Quiet Icy Mountain Master roared in his heart. Finally, under the combined attacks of a group of cultivators, Quiet Icy Mountain Master's life force was finally extinguished. He directly fell onto the ice plains and laid there motionlessly. The wounds on his body, his muscles, and his bones were still the same. He is dead. The cultivators went silent for a moment. They looked at the corpse of this high-graded chaotic origin life form before them. They understood that if not for being suppressed by punishment, how could they kill a high-graded chaotic origin life form even if they attacked together? Following that, an uproar broke out. Everyone was discussing. We finally succeeded. Quiet Icy Mountain Master, we have finally killed him. We succeeded. Not a single one of us died. The cultivators were in a great mood. Brother Nine-Headed, congratulations. City Master Nine-Headed, congratulations for getting what you wished for. Many cultivators came over to congratulate Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor. And Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor excitedly walked over to the corpse of Quiet Icy Mountain Master. He carefully examined it before keeping it with a wave of his hand. Just as he kept it, a punged sound could be heard. One of his storage Eden treasures shattered, causing quite a few items to scatter in all directions. That corpse of Quiet Icy Mountain Master appeared once again. At that moment, everyone present laughed. This is the corpse of a high-graded chaotic origin lifeform. Ordinary storage treasures can't withstand it. Nine-Headed, you didn't even prepare a storage treasure? All of them were teasing him. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor revealed a helpless look. A powerful life form could easily suppress a dimension. For instance, in Donghua Shui Ying's hometown cosmos, a primal chaos realm expert could easily suppress a cosmos. As for storage treasures, the stronger the storage treasure, the stronger the expert it could withstand. And even though this Quiet Icy Mountain Master had fallen, the suppression from the corpse of a high-graded chaotic origin life form was much stronger than what the Grand Perfection God Emperor, could give off. South Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor had to take out an enormous unique sack before he could store the complete corpse of that high-graded chaotic origin life form. Fellow cultivators. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor looked at everyone with a grin. This time, it is all thanks to everyone that we could successfully kill a chaotic origin prisoner. I will fulfill my promise to take away the heart and blood of this corpse of Quiet Icy Mountain Master after we return. I'll give the remaining to Brother Feishue. It is all thanks to Brother Feishue that we could succeed this time. The cultivators present also turned to Donghua Shuiying. That's right. It was all thanks to Monarch Feishue. If not for Feishue, under the protection of the 6,000 over Quiet Destruction Wolves, they could not deal against Quiet Icy Mountain Master at all. Donghua Shuiying added, it is all thanks to everyone working together that we could kill the chaotic origin prisoners. Yes, it is all thanks to everyone working together. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor said, I will definitely do what I promised everyone. Now it is time for us to return. Go go. Time to return. This feels great. Us cultivators can even kill a high-graded chaotic origin life form. This is truly delightful. What are you so delighted about? This is a high-graded chaotic origin life form that has been greatly suppressed. But that is still a high-graded chaotic origin life form. The cultivators were in a good mood. They were chatting with each other. The team was immediately enveloped by a faint light. Soon, they disappeared and began their journey back. Chapter 1375. In the sacred world, there was a forbidden ground called the Sea of Abyss. The Sea of Abyss occupied approximately 1/10 of the entire sacred world. Nonetheless, the chaotic origin prisoner imprisoned within the Sea of Abyss was the most terrifying existence in the entire sacred world. His body was so huge that it occupied more than half the Sea of Abyss. The suppression of the laws in the sacred world was extremely powerful. For him to be able to maintain the size of half of the Sea of Abyss in the sacred world, one could see his strength. In the center of the Sea of Abyss, there was a huge dark current whirlpool. This whirlpool was constantly stirring up the entire Sea of Abyss. Beneath the whirlpool, in the depths of the sea, there was a towering humanoid figure sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the sea. Even though he was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the sea, his head was only 10,000 miles away from the surface of the sea. If he spread out his hands, he would be able to touch the shore of the Sea of Abyss. To cultivators, this was the Sea of Abyss. But to this imprisoned chaotic origin prisoner, this was just a tiny cage. The cage was not much bigger than him. His breathing caused a terrifying whirlpool at every moment. He was the strongest chaotic origin prisoner imprisoned in the sacred world. Even if he walked out of the Sea of Abyss, the suppression from the punishment would continue to increase. His strength would continue to decline, and his body would continue to shrink. By the time he reached the 5 assembly points, even if all the cultivators in the city worked together, they could barely fight against him. The Sea of Abyss Master, who was seated cross-legged, had messy hair that looked like seaweed. He opened his pair of gloomy eyes. That kid from Silent Iceberg is dead? The Sea of Abyss Master frowned slightly. He would usually sit cross-legged at the seabed of the Sea of Abyss, yet he could sense every single aura in the entire sacred world. Furthermore, there were not many chaotic origin prisoners in the entire sacred world. Even though they had just reached the high-graded chaotic origin life form level and were not as strong as him, he still treated them as his comrades. He, the Sea of Abyss Master, was also an apex expert amongst high-graded chaotic origin life forms. In addition to his noble bloodline, his strength was naturally terrifying. With his strength and several thousand protectors, this shouldn't be possible. The Sea of Abyss Master felt puzzled. He then transmitted an order to his subordinates. Hua. Within the Sea of Abyss, there were humanoid life forms with tentacles. These humanoid life forms had 2 legs, but they did not have normal arms. Instead, they had 16 tentacles. They were known by cultivators as the Sea of Abyss Attendants. They were subordinates of the Sea of Abyss Master. King. 5 abyssal attendants bowed their heads respectfully, awaiting their king's orders. Bring your men and head to Quiet Icy Mountain. Find out how the owner of Quiet Icy Mountain died. The Sea of Abyss Master turned his head slightly, causing the sounds of many chains clashing against each other. He calmly ordered with a booming voice. The 5 abyssal attendants immediately obeyed. Very soon, these 5 abyss attendants led 500 subordinates and swiftly left the Sea of Abyss, heading towards the direction of Quiet Icy Mountain. Another comrade has died. The cold eyes of the Sea of Abyss Master were filled with rage. Following that, he closed his eyes and continued enduring the endless torture. The team of abyssal servants was rushing towards the silent ice mountain, while Donghua Shui Ying and his team of cultivators spent more than 2 days before they finally returned to Scarlet Cloud City. During the journey back, the cultivators felt much more relaxed. Donghua Xueying had also executed his Mirage and Illusory Realm technique many times, allowing the team to hunt down more chaotic origin lifeforms. The cultivators first split the food in the Scarlet Cloud Hall. Forgive me for not inviting everyone for a banquet. I've been waiting for this day for far too long, and I can't wait any longer. Today, I'll immediately enter closed-door cultivation. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor announced, I hope for everyone to forgive me. Brother Nine-Headed, we all understand. You should properly enter closed-door cultivation and work hard. It has been a very long time since anyone broke through to the chaotic origin level in the 5 assembly grounds of our sacred world. Right? We are still waiting for you, City Master Nine-Headed, to break through to the chaotic origin level. We might even benefit from it. The cultivators present all laughed. Because those who came to this world were all seeking to jump out of the cage and reach a higher level of life, chaotic origin lifeforms. They were clear of the current mentality of City Master Nine-Headed. Many thanks, brothers. Brother Fei Xue, follow me back to my cavern dwelling. Let's split the corpse of that quiet icy mountain master too. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor said. All right. Donghua Xueying felt his heart burning. So. After bidding farewell to the other cultivators, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor and Donghua Xueying rapidly left. They soon arrived at the cavern dwelling of City Master Nine-Headed and entered the underground palace hall within the cavern dwelling. Brother Fei Xue, please wait a moment. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor said. At the same time, he waved his hand, causing that enormous corpse of quiet icy mountain master to appear by the side. This corpse was about 6,000 meters long. It lay there. The surface of its body was filled with wounds and cracks on its bones. It's just that the shackles had mysteriously disappeared. I'll enter first and take out its heart. After Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and tunneled into the mouth of the corpse of quiet icy mountain master. Donghua Xueying waited patiently. Half an hour passed. South, a stream of light flew out from the mouth of quiet icy mountain master. It turned into Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor. He smiled at Donghua Xueying. I've taken out the heart. Next is the blood. This blood is much simpler. Saying that, he waved his hand. An unseen energy immediately permeated into that enormous corpse. One could see many wounds on the body of that enormous corpse, letting out blood from its mouth, nostrils, and other parts of its body. Many streams of blood converged and flew towards Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor. This blood was entirely blue. Every drop of blood seemed to contain the void within. It is indeed a high-graded chaotic origin lifeform. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor's eyes brightened as he watched. Finally, he stopped collecting the blood. Brother Fei Xue, this corpse still has about 10% of its blood left. Now, this corpse shall belong to you. Brother Nine-Headed, then I shall wish you success in your closed-door cultivation this time. Donghua Xueying chuckled. At the same time, he waved his hand to keep this corpse of quiet icy mountain master. But just as he kept it, his expression changed. Pung, that Eden treasure he used to store the corpse directly exploded. Fortunately, this Eden treasure did not contain too many treasures. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor guffawed at that moment. I didn't keep it previously, yet you made such a mistake too? I've never collected the corpse of a high-graded chaotic origin life form before, right? Donghua Xueying felt helpless. I have a chaotic origin bag here. I'll give it to you. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor threw that unique cloth bag which he used to store the corpse of quiet icy mountain master to Donghua Xueying. Many thanks. Donghua Xueying said. Even though he had many storage treasures, due to his lack of experience, he did not dare say which of them could store the corpse of a high-graded chaotic origin lifeform. Looking at this yellowish unique cloth bag in his hand, Xueying immediately opened the bag. With a slight control, an unseen ripple enveloped that corpse and kept it into the bag. Following that, Xueying tightened the bag. Brother Nine-Headed, farewell. Donghua Xueying said. I'll be going into closed-door cultivation too. I also wish Brother Fei Xue for you to attain a half-chaotic origin life form body soon. Nine-headed snake ancestor said. Dongbo Shuiying immediately left. As for nine-headed snake ancestor, after Dongbo Shuiying left, he closed the doors to the underground palace. He did not meet anyone and began his closed-door cultivation. He was going to attempt breaking through to the chaotic origin lifeform level once again. Reaching his level, he could not even see the shadow of breaking through by force. But he had a deep understanding of the ultimate awakening. He could take the initiative to collect chaotic origin bloodlines and fuse them into his body. He could even attain a half-chaotic origin life-form body. One body that could contain 9 different chaotic origin bloodlines and fuse them perfectly. His control over his bloodline had reached an unfathomable stage. The bloodline of Quiet Icy Mountain Master was the most crucial item that he believed could help him break through. Nine-headed has entered closed-door cultivation. Weatherleaf was also cultivating by himself in the underground palace. He had received the news 2 days ago that City Master Nine-headed and his group of cultivators had successfully killed that Quiet Icy Mountain Master. With the help of Monarch Fei Xue, the influence of the several thousand protectors has been greatly reduced. Nine-headed had tried several times previously and even invited me for help, yet he failed. But this time, it is so easy. Weatherleaf sighed inwardly. Nine-headed, I hope you can succeed in your ultimate awakening this time. If he failed, Nine-headed snake ancestor would really have to wait a long time before he could become a chaotic origin lifeform. After all, this was the moment Nine-headed snake ancestor was closest to succeeding. And when Dongbo Shuiying just returned to his cavern dwelling, he saw Monarch Ardent Creek. Monarch Fei Xue. Monarch Ardent Creek chuckled. Previously, you and I have agreed to comprehend for 100 million years together. Since I have promised you, I will naturally not go back on my words. Furthermore, with Monarch Ardent Creek comprehending with me, the two of us can corroborate each other. Perhaps I might be able to form a half-chaotic origin life form body earlier. Dongbo Shuiying chuckled. I am also here for the sake of cultivation. I am thick-skinned enough to disturb you. Monarch Ardent Creek said. Even though they had an agreement, he still felt slightly ashamed. Because true cultivation was done by entering closed-door cultivation alone. Brother Ardent Creek, I can comprehend for 100 billion years or trillions of years. As for you, you only have 100 million years. It is better for you to seize the time to cultivate. Dongbo Shuiying said. Yes. Monarch Ardent Creek chuckled before entering the cavern dwelling together with the other party. That day, Dongbo Shuiying closed his doors and refused to meet any guests. He and Monarch Ardent Creek were currently comprehending this corpse of Quiet Icy Mountain Master. Occasionally, the two of them would have a discussion and debate. Some of them were stuck. Chapter 1376. Sea of Abyss, Seabed. King, that Quiet Icy Mountain Master has been surrounded and killed by a team of cultivators led by the Scarlet Cloud City Vice City Master Nine-headed Snake Ancestor. The 5 Abyss attendants respectfully lowered their heads. One of them reported, the reason why the team of cultivators could successfully surround and kill the king is because there is an extremely terrifying cultivator amongst them. That cultivator specializes in soul techniques. The moment he unleashed his soul technique, it would cover an area of 500,000 kilometers. Everything within the region of this soul technique would be affected. The ordinary chaotic origin lifeforms would be greatly weakened. The protectors could not protect their king, and that was why that Quiet Icy Mountain Master died. Soul technique? The towering Sea of Abyss Master, who sat cross-legged at the seabed, opened his eyes. His cold eyes were filled with slight astonishment. Soul. The soul was the foundation of life. He had never heard of someone who could unleash such a powerful soul technique even though he had been imprisoned in the sacred world for a very long time. The status of this Sea of Abyss Master was ultimately too low. If his status was sufficiently high, he would definitely know of it. Cultivators below the chaotic origin lifeform realm had never produced such a terrifying soul technique. How powerful is his soul technique that even the grand perfection protectors of God Emperor could not protect quiet, icy mountain master? The Sea of Abyss Master asked. According to our investigations, ordinary chaotic origin lifeforms like us and middle stage God Emperor would definitely die the moment we fall into that soul domain. Only a small portion of late stage God Emperor strength would die. The majority would only be left with 10% to 20% of their original strength. As for the grand perfection protectors of God Emperor strength, most would only be left with half their original strength. An Abyss attendant respectfully said. The Sea of Abyss Master felt his heart tremble. So formidable. What is he called? The Sea of Abyss Master asked. We have questioned those quiet destruction wolves, yet we could not find out because this cultivator who unleashed his soul technique is a newcomer. After that, we have asked other chaotic origin life form tribes along the way. Finally, we found out that those cultivators address that soul technique expert as Monarch Feishue. An Abyss attendant respectfully said, this Monarch Feishue is also in Scarlet Cloud City. It seems his status is quite high. Imperial Emperor Feishue? The Sea of Abyss Master noted it down. When I go out to patrol and kill those cultivators, I must find an opportunity to deal with this Monarch Feishue first. Originally, of all the cultivators in this sacred world, the one he wanted to kill the most was that Weatherleaf. But now, in his heart, he wanted to kill Monarch Flying Snow first. Because he had heard of those who reached the half-chaotic origin lifeform level in 2 Daos before he was imprisoned. However, he had never heard of such a terrifying soul technique before. If such a terrifying cultivator were to step out of that final shackle and become a chaotic origin lifeform, a chaotic origin lifeform that specialized in soul techniques posed a huge threat. He had to eliminate it first. No hurry, no hurry. The next time I go out for a patrol, it will be time for me to act. The Sea of Abyss Master silently closed his eyes. The 5 Abyss attendants by the side immediately left respectfully. Realm Heart Great Land, Broken Teeth Mountain Range. Dongwu Shueying was dressed in white. He stood alone beneath a towering mountain on a sky-floating island. He looked up at this mountain in front of him. This mountain was entirely crimson in color. The mountain rocks were covered with many strange patterns that contained endless profundity. The thousand-eyed existence is a terrifying chaotic origin life form that could injure Yuan. Its corpse has transformed into many sky-floating islands. Dongwu Shueying thought, those mysterious eyes are merely a part of its body. Some of the unique locations on the sky-floating islands are formed from the corpse of the thousand-eyed existence. This mountain in front of me should be its bone powder. A drop of powder was a mountain. Dongwu Shueying had been comprehending here for a very long time, because this mountain contained the profound mysteries of the Tao of Void. Even though they are just bits and pieces, unlike the complete corpses of those chaotic origin lifeforms in the sacred world, these bits and pieces are still stunning. Dongwu Shueying thought. Both had their own advantages. The chaotic origin lifeform corpses in the sacred world could allow him to see the complete void secret techniques of their bodies. It's just that ordinary chaotic origin lifeforms could at most unleash strength at the grand perfection realm like God Emperor. Some of the secret techniques manifested by its body were not something that Dongwu Shueying regarded highly. It was only of great help to his accumulations in the Tao of Void. As for the sky-floating islands, they were too scattered, like the mysterious eyes. They were very conspicuous. In the past, Dongwu Shueying had investigated many sky-floating islands and observed so many mysterious eyes. He memorized the structure of the inscriptions within before deducing his Tao of Mirage and illusory realm killing technique. And those eyes were the most complete. Other parts of the body of the thousand-eyed existence contained even more scattered, profound mysteries. For instance, this mountain in front of him might be a part of a terrifying secret technique that the thousand-eyed existence could execute. That was too little. If it were just 1/10, Dongwu Shueying could still simplify and deduce it. But these scattered parts could only be used as a reference. It was hard to deduce the secret technique. But no matter what, It was ultimately helpful, especially now that he had obtained the corpse of a high-graded chaotic origin lifeform. Even though it lacked the heart and part of its blood, the corpse was still complete. Hence, Xue Ying could deduce the many secret techniques of that quiet, icy mountain master. Now, if he were to take a look at some historical remains left behind by the thousand-eyed existence, it would be of great help to his research on quiet, icy mountain master. Be careful. Many places on this sky-floating island are filled with danger. We must not lose our lives. There were currently 5 cosmos gods from the realm Heart Great Land carefully advancing on this sky-floating island. They were executing their scouting techniques and advancing carefully. At the same time, they were wary of the Death Destruction clan that could appear at any time. After an hour, these 5 cosmos gods finally arrived at their destination. They saw a towering mountain to the distance and felt startled in their hearts. It's the stone volcano. The stone volcano is the most mysterious place on this sky-floating island. It contains many mystical items, yet why isn't there a single Death Destruction clan member around? According to logic, there should be Death Destruction clan members patrolling this place. This is really strange. We have been on tenterhooks and harbored the thought of sacrificing this avatar to get 1 or 2 mystical items back. Who would have thought that there isn't a single Death Destruction clan member around the stone volcano? Even though the 5 of them felt puzzled, they still continued advancing. In the realm Heart Great Land, cosmos gods who had avatar techniques would frequently come to the Broken Teeth Mountain range to test their luck. At most, they would just lose their avatars. As the 5 of them got closer, they discovered a white-robed young man standing at the foot of this stone volcano. The white-robed young man was currently calmly looking up at the towering mountain. Monarch Feishue. The 5 of them were greatly startled. Dongbo Xue Ying turned over. Greetings, Monarch Feishue. These 5 cosmos gods respectfully bowed. Dongbo Xue Ying could recognize them with a glance. These were the 5 cosmos gods from the realm Heart Great Land. He nodded. There aren't any Death Destruction clan members around this stone volcano. You all can casually take some mystical items with you, though you must be careful when leaving. Many thanks, Monarch Feishue. The 5 cosmos gods trembled in fear as they answered. They felt great joy in their hearts. So it is Monarch Feishue who is here. No wonder the Death Destruction clan has yet to appear. How would those Death Destruction clan members dare to appear? I've heard that the Supremes from the Death Destruction clan have fought with Monarch Feishue, yet they were defeated by Monarch Feishue. These 5 cosmos gods transmitted to each other. They were incredibly excited. In the past, Dongbo Xue Ying pursued after Undying Underworld Emperor by himself. Even when Undying Underworld Emperor escaped into the chaotic origin dimension, Dongbo Xue Ying still chased after him and killed Undying Underworld Emperor. That battle established Dongbo Xue Ying's status as the number 1 expert in Realm Heart Great Land. Nonetheless, after that, Dongbo Xue Ying became even more dazzling in Broken Tooth Mountain range. Hearsay had it that he fought with the Supremes several times, yet they were all defeated by Monarch Feishue. Currently, Monarch Feishue was unquestionably the strongest expert in Realm Heart Great Land and Broken Tooth Mountain range. Both Broken Tooth Mountain range and Realm Heart Great Land respected this Monarch Feishue. He came to the sky-floating island? All the Death Destruction clan members on the sky-floating island had retreated. They did not dare to disturb him. Truly terrifying. The current strength of Monarch Feishue could easily defeat the 5 Great Supremes of Broken Tooth Mountain range. Didn't they say that the 5 Great Supremes are the closest to becoming a chaotic origin life form? Is Monarch Feishue about to become a chaotic origin life form? Who knows? Regardless, Monarch Feishue is much stronger than when he killed Undying Underworld Emperor in the past. My teacher mentioned that Monarch Feishue's strength has reached an unfathomable realm. He could most likely become a chaotic origin life form at any time. These 5 cosmos gods discussed among themselves. Monarch Feishue had long become a legendary character in Realm Heart Great Land. Even in the eyes of cosmos gods, they felt that he was too terrifying and heaven-defying. Dongbo Shui-ing continued observing every single pattern on the stone volcano in front of him. He was pondering over them. Suddenly, he was stunned. His avatars in the sacred world, his many avatars in his hometown origin world, and his avatars in Realm Heart Great Land shared their memories. At this moment, as the memories he gained from his comprehension collided with each other, suddenly, a brand new chaotic origin refinement body cultivation technique appeared in his mind. Even though he had deduced many versions of it, this time, Dongbo Shui-ing had a feeling that he was enlightened. He might have succeeded. Chapter 1377. This time, he naturally felt a sense of perfection in his heart after comprehending the cultivation technique. Dongbo Shui-ing lightly inhaled. He was looking forward to it. Breakthrough! With a thought, he immediately controlled his fleshy body to transform. His fleshy body that was usually at the late-stage God-Emperor realm broke through once again. According to the newest chaotic origin refinement body technique, his body did not seem to have changed much at first glance. Only his skin was slightly trembling. His skin was being reconstructed, and there was even a layer of luster on the surface of his skin. His body was like the most perfect treasure. And beneath his skin, there was an intense transformation happening within his body. This was the most minute composition. Countless mysterious patterns covered every minute particle. His body was undergoing a complete transformation. His bones, muscles, internal organs, blood vessels, blood, eyes, and so on were all transforming. This transformation was very perfect, and everything seemed to be flowing naturally. It was as if he had drawn the most beautiful painting of his life. The world membrane was directly shattered. Chaotic origin energy surged into Dongbo Shui-ing's body and was being absorbed. This time, the transformation happened very quickly. It took just 10 breaths of time. Everything calmed down. I've broken through. The edge of Dongbo Shui-ing's lips curled upwards. There was no huge disturbance. It was as if he had broken through naturally. His body was illuminated from inside out. The structure of his body was perfect to the extreme. Dongbo Shui-ing could not even think of how he could improve it further. This was a perfect body. I finally understand. No wonder so many cultivators are stuck at the half-chaotic origin life-form body level in the sacred world. Be it bloodline cultivators or Dao cultivators, it is hard for them to break through. Dongbo Shui-ing shook his head. Bloodline cultivators could at least follow their bloodline and undergo the ultimate awakening. But Dao cultivators could only rely on themselves. I feel that I have reached perfection. There is no path ahead. Dongbo Shui-ing had this feeling. Even though he could sense the higher-leveled chaotic origin life forms and knew that there were more perfect life forms, but his half-chaotic origin life form body, under his intelligence, felt that it was perfect. In the legends, Dao cultivators rely on their own strength to break through the limits of the half-chaotic origin life form body, breaking through the shackles and grasping the Dao at the chaotic origin level. Shui-ing thought to himself, I will immediately become a Lord Commander of the highest level. Like those who spread their faith, by relying on some other methods, he would eventually be able to grasp the origin source of an origin world and become the master of the origin world. Borrowing the origin source energy of the origin world to become a chaotic origin life form. Even though he was a world realm chaotic origin life form, he was very strong and was only second to overlords. In the origin world he controlled, he could even fight against a lord. But at this level, he did not rely on himself to grasp the Dao at the chaotic origin level. Like those innate chaotic origin life forms, they would continuously dig out the energy in their bloodline. Their life forms would also continuously evolve and dig out the energy to the pinnacle. Compared to overlords who grasped Dao at the chaotic origin level, he was still slightly lacking. No matter if it is an innate chaotic origin life form or an extremely powerful world realm chaotic origin expert, they could unleash endless power, yet they have yet to grasp the essence of chaotic origin Dao. Dongbo Shui-ing sighed. That level. They had yet to grasp the essence of the chaotic origin Dao. Do I have to master it? How difficult was that? But once he grasped it, that was to break through with force. It could forcefully break through all shackles and reach the highest level. Boo! Dongbo Shueying took a step before disappearing from the Broken Teeth Mountain range. He had already left the Origin World Realm Heart Great Land and arrived at the endless chaotic origin level close to the Realm Heart Great Land. Hong, the enormous Realm Heart Great Land, was emitting endless ripples that charged against the surrounding chaotic origin energy, forming waves after waves. And the density of chaotic origin energy close to the Realm Heart Great Land was incredibly low. At this moment, Dongbo Shueying had left the Realm Heart Great Land. He could feel the corrosion of the surrounding chaotic origin energy on his body. This corrosion could not affect his half-chaotic origin life form body at all. South, his body turned into a thread as he teleported through the chaotic origin dimension. Currently, his Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique was more perfect, allowing him to easily teleport far away. He then stopped. The density of chaotic origin energy here is much higher. Dongbo Shueying carefully sensed the surroundings. It was dark and silent. The chaotic origin energy was incredibly dense and was madly rushing against his body. Nothing could obstruct the chaotic origin energy from rushing against his body and soul. At this moment, his half-chaotic origin life-form body was also suffering from damage. Even the natural recovery of his body could not catch up to the speed of damage. His soul was similarly injured under the erosion. My body should be able to last for approximately 2 hours here, Dongbo Shueying estimated, and my soul should be able to last for a longer period? It should not be a problem for me to last for 6 to 10 hours. Previously, his soul was not this strong. Ever since he fused the first and second Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm killing technique into a third killing technique, his soul had undergone a qualitative transformation. This qualitative transformation allowed his soul to resist the corrosion of the chaotic origin energy to become much stronger. I am ultimately not a chaotic origin life form. It isn't suitable for me to survive here, Dongbo Shueying thought. He turned towards the distant Realm Heart Great Land. The Realm Heart Great Land remained dazzling amidst the endless dark chaotic origin dimension. It was surging against the surrounding chaotic origin energy. It's just that the distance was too far. The Realm Heart Great Land seemed relatively small. Time to return. With a thought, he executed the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique and returned. At his hometown Primal Chaos Void. Dongbo Shueying's avatar here had also broken through to the half-chaotic origin life-form body level. At the same time, he arrived at the Lost World Corridor. A white-robed figure was currently walking alone in the Lost World Corridor. Void Domain. Dongbo Shueying attempted to execute his Void Domain. Currently, he had reached the half-chaotic origin life-form level. His Void Domain had become more profound. When he executed it, it was able to counteract the influence of the Lost World Corridor, allowing him to expand his domain. But as it expanded, the suppression from the Lost World Corridor on his domain rapidly increased. It increased by 10 times, 100 times, and 1,000 times. Very soon, Dongbo Shueying was forced to stop. I still can't explore a large region of the Lost World Corridor. Dongbo Shueying frowned and shook his head. The Lost World Corridor produced by the Origin World is still protecting those destruction devils. Here, it was impossible for him to explore a large region. Had to investigate? He could only do so, and that would take a very long time. And Sacred Master was ultimately a final realm cosmos god. He could perfectly conceal his aura and isolate himself from karma. If he changed into the appearance of an ordinary destruction devil, Dongbo Shueying would not be able to recognize him even if he saw him. If he dares to leave the Lost World Corridor and start a massacre, I can make use of that chance to exterminate him. But if he doesn't come out, I can't do anything temporarily. Dongbo Shueying softly shook his head. He had never planned on letting Sacred Master off. He had a huge enmity with Sacred Master. Many life forms had died in the hands of Sacred Master. You can continue hiding here. Dongbo Shueying turned around and took a step before leaving the Lost World Corridor. And at this moment, Sacred Master, who had always been hiding in the Lost World corridor, did not know that Dongbo Shueing had already grasped a half-chaotic origin life-form body. He had already planned to hide until the Great Apocalypse. He was waiting for the next era. Sacred World. Scarlet Cloud City, within Dongbo Shui Ying's cavern dwelling. Dongbo Shueing was currently seated cross-legged drinking wine. He was smelling the fragrance of the flowers in the garden and listening to the sound of the wind rustling the leaves. Monarch Feishue, I've heard that you have come out of closed-door cultivation? Have you already grasped a half-chaotic origin life-form body? I broke through by luck. Dongbo Shueing replied. Then what about the matter of hunting a chaotic origin prisoner that I mentioned previously? I have just broken through and still need to experience it properly. I'm not in a rush to act again. Dongbo Shueing transmitted back. He simply rejected the other party. He succeeded in killing Quiet Icy Mountain Master. There were quite a few who invited him to act again. Dongbo Shueing temporarily rejected all of them. How can I become a chaotic origin life form? Dongbo Shueing pondered, reaching this stage. Yet he was at a loss. Using force to break through? Relying on himself to grasp a Dao at the chaotic origin level? The difficulty was so high that it was unfathomable. Controlling the origin source of his hometown origin world? That was equally difficult. Using force to break through. To me, there are two ways to do so. Dongbo Shueing thought, one is to break through the shackles of my body, allowing my Dao of Void to improve to the chaotic origin level. My body will similarly reach a new level. The other way is to rely on the help of my soul. Dongbo Shueing pondered. He had a feeling that the soul and fleshy body complemented each other. This was a logic that everyone understood. Even the final realm Old Monster Stone was pondering on the soul. For instance, Ancestor Fand from the Summer Wind Ancient Nation and many other final realm experts spent their time on the soul. Previously, his soul had helped his fleshy body improve slightly. Now that he had a half-chaotic origin life-form body, his fleshy body was too strong, and his soul temporarily could not help his fleshy body. But what if his soul improved and reached the final realm? The soul is helpful to the fleshy body, but could I rely on it to break through to the chaotic origin level? That is hard to say. This is ultimately my conjecture. Dongbo Shueing thought. Even in the legends, there had never been anyone who relied on the complementation of the soul and fleshy body to break through to the chaotic origin level. But too many experts felt that this path should be the correct one. Dongbo Shueing thought so too. Forcefully improving the Dao of Void to a higher level. This path has been done by some experts. Dongbo Shueing thought that Lord Lo Cheng had broken through with force in the legends. It's just that Lord Lo Cheng did not walk on the Dao of Void. Even though there have been experts who have succeeded in breaking through to become overlords. But this path is too difficult. The other path is to fuse the soul and fleshy body together. Even though I have never heard of anyone who has done it, I have already established a firm foundation. I am just a single step away from reaching the final realm in the Dao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. Dongbo Shueing nodded inwardly. He made up his mind that in the following days, he would spend most of his effort on the Dao of Mirage and Illusory Realm so that he could reach the final realm as soon as possible. As for forcefully breaking through in the Dao of Void, it was destined to be a long path. Chapter 1378. On the day after Dongbo Shueing attained a half-chaotic origin life-form body of 60 million. On this day, Dongbo Shueing was currently seated cross-legged in his cavern-dwelling garden. Ever since he comprehended the third Dao of Mirage and Illusory Realm killing technique, he was just a step away from reaching the final realm in the Dao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. Even though I have gotten the thousand-eyed water droplet from North River, in reality, the help the thousand-eyed water droplet has given me is negligible. Dongbo Shueing thought, currently, I am just a step away from reaching the final realm in the Dao of Mirage. What I need is a spark and an epiphany. Amen? Dongwu Shui-ing suddenly felt his heart jolting. He immediately looked up. Hong Long Long, the clouds in the sky were rapidly descending. Furthermore, it had turned black. From a clear sky to a black cloud, it happened within a breath of time. Rolling black clouds covered the entire sacred world. Waves of horrifying energy were accumulating above. This energy was so strong that it caused Dongwu Shui-ying's expression to change. What is going on? This power? What exactly is happening? The disturbance was too huge. Other than a few cultivators in closed-door cultivation in Scarlet Cloud City, the majority of the cultivators rapidly came out to look at the sky. Looking at the accumulated energy amidst the rolling black clouds, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. They could sense that the accumulated energy was so strong that it could most likely turn them into dust in an instant. This was a horrifying energy that they could not resist. Fellow cultivators, do you know what is happening? The sky above our Sky Noon City is filled with rolling black clouds. The accumulated energy is too horrifying. This black cloud is so vast. I can't see the end of it. Our Scarlet Cloud City too. The sky is filled with black clouds. Ice Star City too. Some of the apex experts in the 5 assembly grounds were conversing. They were able to ascertain that the accumulated energy should cover the entire sacred world. Dongwu Shui-ing flew to midair. He looked up at the sky. In Scarlet Cloud City, over 1,000 figures flew into the air and looked at the black clouds in the sky. All of them were puzzled, but they were also filled with respect. Hua hua hua. Suddenly, deep within the black clouds above, a faint golden light appeared. The golden light surged, and the golden light was so dazzling that it pierced through the black clouds and illuminated the ground below. The surging golden light gradually formed a huge vortex. Outside the golden vortex were countless vortexes of black clouds. The vortex was so big that it gradually spread in all directions. A golden vortex of light has appeared in the sky above our Scarlet Cloud City. Countless black clouds also revolve around this vortex. We don't have any in Sky Noon City. Our Rising Light City doesn't have it either. Communication. He was shocked to discover that this golden vortex had only appeared in the sky above Scarlet Cloud City. What? Immediately after. Within the golden light vortex, a surging power rushed downwards, directly into one of the caves in Scarlet Cloud City. This surging power did not damage any of the buildings, but entered the depths of the cave. That is the cavern dwelling of 9-headed snake ancestor? Dongwu Shui-ing turned over. With a single glance, he confirmed it. He could not help but reveal a look of shock. With such a huge disturbance and such terrifying power entering his cavern dwelling, don't tell me he succeeded? South Dongwu Shui-ing immediately took a step. He arced through the void and soon arrived outside the cavern dwelling of 9-headed snake ancestor. At this moment, many cultivators were rushing over to 9-headed snake ancestor's cavern dwelling. Scarlet Cloud City was just a few 100,000 kilometers or so. With the speed of the cultivators, they had turned into afterimages and arrived outside the cavern dwelling. City Master 9-headed has previously entered closed-door cultivation and tried his best to break through to the chaotic origin level. Don't tell me he succeeded? Monarch Ardent Creek, who stood by the side of Dongwu Shui-ing, could not help but blurt out. Monarch Ardent Creek's eyes were filled with shock and envy. City Master 9-headed originally did not have any chaotic origin bloodlines. He has cultivated step by step from a weak little mortal. Dongwu Shui-ing looked at this cavern dwelling in front of him, watching as that terrifying energy descended upon the cavern dwelling. He said he could collect chaotic origin bloodlines and fuse them into his body. Even though they are external bloodlines, he is still able to unleash the strength of a grand perfection God Emperor with every single bloodline. He is even able to fuse all 9 bloodlines perfectly together. In terms of unearthing bloodlines, in terms of foundation and accumulation, he is unquestionably the #1 expert in the entire sacred world. 9-headed snake ancestor was the #1 expert in this Tao of witchcraft. With such accumulation, he has ascertained that the heart blood of quiet icy mountain master is the crucial item for him to break through. Furthermore, he did not care about the price to form teams to deal against that quiet icy mountain master. Given his desire, he should be confident of succeeding. Dong Ying said, and now, with such a huge disturbance, it seems he has truly broken through to the chaotic origin level. Right? The silvery white man, Wu Xiao, also walked over. He nodded. This disturbance is indeed the scene of an ultimate awakening to the chaotic origin level. Currently, his entire life is undergoing a metamorphosis, transforming into a higher level of life, a chaotic origin life form. Life metamorphosis? Dong Ying turned to Wu Xiao by the side. He knew that Vice City Master Wu Xiao was the strongest descendant of a powerful chaotic origin expert. Naturally, he knew more about the secrets of breaking through to the chaotic origin level. It's just that I am curious too. Wu Xiao looked at the cavern dwelling in front of him. He chuckled. In the past, the ultimate awakenings that I know of would usually be those with innate chaotic origin bloodlines. Eventually, they would undergo the ultimate awakening and begin reverting back to their ancestors, turning into an innate chaotic origin life form. As for Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor, he practiced the witchcraft cultivation system. He collected the bloodlines of outsiders and fused them into his own body. Strictly speaking, his body should contain the 9 bloodlines from before and the bloodline of quiet icy mountain master that he fused in the end, a total of 10 bloodlines. The previous 9 bloodlines have all been excavated to the grand perfection level by God Emperor. The final bloodline originated from a high-graded chaotic origin life form. All 10 bloodlines in his body are incredibly powerful. Once he awakens them, what would he become? Dong Ying was startled. He chuckled. I doubt there would be such an innate chaotic origin life form among the 10 bloodlines. That's right. This is a unique hybrid bloodline he created. Wu Xiao watched. No matter what, it seems he has succeeded. Weatherleaf also walked over. Looking at the cavern dwelling, he said, as long as he becomes a high-graded chaotic origin life form, given Brother Nine-Headed's talent, he might even become a world realm chaotic origin life form. Wu Xiao nodded in agreement. Collecting 10 bloodlines and still succeeding in the awakening? This is absolutely unprecedented. It is indeed possible for him to become a world realm chaotic origin life form in the future. Many cultivators around the cavern dwelling were discussing with one another. Weatherleaf, Dong Ying, Wu Xiao, North River, Xie Fan, Great Emperor Heaven Calamity, all of them. Even though some of them were cold and aloof, some were wicked, and some were crazy and stubborn. At this moment, facing the birth of a chaotic origin life form, they felt complex in their hearts. Because this was what they, as cultivators, were chasing after. Suddenly, a faint, illusory figure abruptly flew out from deep within the cavern dwelling of Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor. It flew high up into the clouds, and the original golden light maelstrom and the black clouds rapidly dissipated. This faint, illusory figure flew high up into the sky before revealing its true body. A strange, huge snake appeared in midair. This huge snake was very unique because it had a total of 9 heads. Furthermore, its snake-like body had 4 claws. Its entire body was black and translucent. It was too big. Its body was so big that it had practically covered the entire sky. It was more than 10,000 times bigger than Scarlet Cloud City. Dong Ying and the others could barely see the 9 heads of the snake. Furthermore, because they were too far away, they could not even see the 9 heads clearly. That snake's tail extended to the end of the horizon. Nobody in the entire Scarlet Cloud City could see it with their naked eyes. It had even slightly kept its suppression. Its faint aura permeated the air, yet it still made the cultivators in Scarlet Cloud City feel a sense of subservience. The 9 snakeheads let out a cry at the same time. Their voices were resounding and filled with boundless joy. This is a high-graded chaotic origin life form? A high-graded chaotic origin life form that isn't suppressed? Dong Ying was inwardly startled. Those chaotic origin prisoners were heavily suppressed, which was why they could fight. If it were this high-graded chaotic origin life form in front of them that could unleash its full strength, A single breath would likely wipe them out. Chaotic origin. Weatherleaf looked up. His eyes were flashing with light. Becoming a chaotic origin? It seems he is stronger than most high-graded chaotic origin lifeforms. Wu Xiao was inwardly startled. He had seen quite a few high-graded chaotic origin lifeforms before. But this was the first time he saw one who had such a powerful aura after breaking through. Nine-headed is indeed extraordinary for him to be able to collect 10 different bloodlines. Furthermore, judging from its appearance, it is something I have never seen before. Nine-headed four-clawed great snake? Never seen before. There was no such species among the many innate chaotic origin lifeforms. Nine-headed snake ancestor could be considered to have created a new race. South, the nine-headed four-clawed great snake in the sky abruptly turned into a faint light. It descended down towards Scarlet Cloud City and directly landed at the entrance of his cavern dwelling. It turned back into a handsome bald young man. He was none other than Nine-headed Snake Ancestor. Nine-headed Snake Ancestor chuckled as he swept his gaze across the surrounding cultivators. He said, "I have been fortunate enough to break through during this closed-door cultivation. I have finally jumped out of the cage and become a chaotic origin lifeform. I am filled with endless joy. I also thank everyone for helping me previously." Chapter 1379. Congratulations to Nine-headed Snake Ancestor for breaking through to the chaotic origin level. The few of us have cultivated for trillions of years, seeking to jump out of the cage and reach a higher level of life. We wanted to have a look and experience a new world. We even came to this sacred world for a gamble. It's just that this path is too difficult. Many of our companions have failed. Today, seeing Nine-headed Snake Ancestor breaking through to the chaotic origin level has also given us hope for the future. The cultivators present were all speaking. They were feeling complicated. Even though they had addressed each other as brothers in the past, at this moment, everyone understood that Nine-headed Snake Ancestor had reached another level of life. It's all thanks to the help of everyone that I have today. Nine-headed Snake Ancestor swept his gaze across. His gaze paused briefly on Dongbua Shuiying. If not for everyone working together, it's impossible for me to kill that quiet, icy mountain master. I've said in the past that if I could break through to the chaotic origin level, I'll definitely not mistreat everyone. What I have accumulated over the long years in the sacred world is no longer useful to me. Hence, I'll gift them to everyone. Saying that, many storage treasures flew over to the surrounding cultivators. They were given to the cultivators who participated in killing quiet, icy mountain master in the past. Dongbua Shuiying also received it. Checking through it, he saw some rare treasures placed within. There was also a book. Dongbua Shuiying permeated it with his consciousness before revealing a look of astonishment. "Brother Feishue, I've used the bloodline of quiet, icy mountain master to control 9 different bloodlines to break through in one go. I have my own understanding of the void too. I hope it will be of some help to you." The cultivators in the past were all checking through the gifts given by Nine-headed Snake Ancestor. Quite a few revealed a look of joy. Nine-headed Snake Ancestor was ultimately someone who researched on 10 different bloodlines. He had also researched on some bloodlines that he had given up. In terms of bloodlines, Nine-headed Snake Ancestor was absolutely amazing. Those innate chaotic origin lifeforms and even world realm chaotic origin lifeforms would most likely not have a deeper understanding of bloodlines than this Nine-headed Snake Ancestor. He had created a brand new race by himself. Furthermore, it was a brand new bloodline formed after fusing 10 different bloodlines. He was indeed a genius. A mortal could become a chaotic origin level. That was amazing. Before Dongbua Shuiying came, the most dazzling person in the sacred world was Weatherleaf. Nine-headed Snake Ancestor did not receive much attention from other chaotic origin experts because he had fused 9 different bloodlines into his body previously. Hence, none of the chaotic origin experts regarded him highly. But he had opened his own path in the impossible, creating a brand new race of innate chaotic origin lifeforms. Currently, His degree of brilliance had even surpassed the current Dongbo Shui Ying. After all, even though Dongbo Shui Ying's Tao of Soul was frightening, he had yet to become a chaotic origin life form. In the eyes of many chaotic origin experts, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor had a high possibility of becoming a world realm chaotic origin life form. Who knows, he might even reach a higher realm. At this moment, many cultivators were delighted by the books he gave to them that recorded their understandings. Thank you, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor. Thank you, Brother Nine Heads. All of them expressed their gratitude one after another. I'm merely giving everyone a little help. How could it be that easy to become a chaotic origin life form? Ultimately, you have to depend on yourselves. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor said. Wu Xiao nodded when he heard that. Even with his background and origin, he was still stuck at the half-chaotic origin life form body. Fellow cultivators, I can't stay in this world for too long. Once the welcoming emissary arrives, I'll have to leave. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor looked around him. I've once fought alongside everyone in this sacred world for the sake of becoming a chaotic origin life form. Now, if anyone has any questions, you can ask me. I'll answer all of them. When the cultivators present heard that, they became excited. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor, do you have any guidance for us regarding the bloodline ultimate awakening? How can we succeed in awakening? At that moment, some cultivators asked. Everyone quietened down because the absolute majority of cultivators in Scarlet Cloud City had chaotic origin bloodlines. Tao cultivators were ultimately the minority. Succeed in awakening? Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor hesitated for a moment before saying, I can't give any guidance on how to become a chaotic origin life form. If I have to explain it, then it's the simplest logic. Accumulating experience is the key to success. Like me, I've researched on many chaotic origin bloodlines, allowing me to accumulate more experience. I've even collected and researched on the blood of high-graded chaotic origin life forms before. Only after accumulating enough did I gradually recognize the path ahead. Many of you are born with chaotic origin bloodlines, yet some are merely at the grand perfection strength of God Emperor, and some are able to exert the strength of apex experts. This is the difference in accumulation. Once you have accumulated enough experience, you might even have a breakthrough in the future. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor chuckled. Everyone present nodded. Accumulating experience, saying it was simple, yet it was the logic of the great Tao. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor. Xie Fan asked, what is the difference between us half-chaotic origin life forms and high-graded chaotic origin life forms? We have killed too many ordinary chaotic origin life forms in the sacred world, yet we do not feel anything special about them. Right, Brother Nine-Headed, what exactly is the difference? Tell us about it. Many cultivators were curious and looking forward to it. Dongbo Shui Ying was also listening attentively. Don't treat those ordinary chaotic origin life forms as chaotic origin experts. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor shook his head. All of you should know that starting from the high-graded chaotic origin life form level, only then are you qualified to be a chaotic origin expert. Because this is a qualitative change. Those ordinary chaotic origin life forms are ants among chaotic origin life forms. I can kill trillions of them with a casual wave of my hand. I can trample them to death with a single stomp. They are too weak. They are merely lucky to be born as innate chaotic origin life forms. But it is impossible for them to dig out much of the power in their bloodline. Only when their bloodline evolves would they be qualified to reach the high-graded chaotic origin life form level. To those ordinary chaotic origin life forms, it is akin to ascending to the heavens in a single step if they could undergo a bloodline evolution to become a high-graded chaotic origin life form. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor looked at everyone present. As for the difference between a half-chaotic origin life form and a high-graded chaotic origin life form, Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor muttered to himself. Everyone present was listening attentively. Cultivators are all born from the world. Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor said, some are born from the origin world, and some from other worlds. Everyone nodded. The evolution of the world would give birth to the myriad existences. They were one of the countless existences. Cultivators are born from the origin source of the world. Nine-headed snake ancestor said, the strength of cultivators also originates from the origin source of the world. Their strength originated from the origin source of the world? Reaching the level of Dongbo Shui Ying and others, they understood this point too. Like the avatar technique, for instance, a cultivator could refine a few new avatars, allowing all of them to reach their peak strength. Their overall strength would increase by several times. But if they were born in a world like the lightning world, they could not cultivate the avatar technique. Growth, comprehension of the laws, everything originated from the origin source of the world. Cultivators are able to continuously absorb energy from the world. Nine-headed snake ancestor said, this energy is provided to us by the origin source of the world. And if I become a high-graded chaotic origin life form, nine-headed snake ancestor softly said, that feeling is different. It is as if I am a world myself, a small-scale origin world. Even though my strength isn't as deep as a huge origin world's foundation, in terms of life, I am equal to an origin world. You are a world yourself? Dongbo Shui Ying and the others were deep in thought. Just like the avatar technique, before becoming a chaotic origin life form, one could rely on the origin source of the world to form many avatars at the same time. Every avatar could maintain their peak strength. An additional avatar? And that would give them an additional peak strength? Where does this additional strength come from? It is formed with the help of the laws of the world. Nine-headed snake ancestor said, and now, if I were to execute the avatar technique, I would be splitting myself apart. My body is a whole entity. Just a world. If I split myself into two avatars of equal strength, then that would be splitting my strength into two. Both would be weakened. Every time I create an additional avatar, I would naturally have to split a portion of my strength. Nine-headed snake ancestor looked at the cultivators present. Do you understand? When you are a cultivator, you can still rely on the world. But as a high-graded chaotic origin life form, you can only rely on yourself. Of course, the level of life is different too. For instance, in my eyes, looking at this sacred world is like looking at another chaotic origin life form. I can see its surface with a single glance. The myriad existences in this sacred world, including the chaotic origin prisoners hidden everywhere, can be seen by me. You can see them? Dongbo Shui Ying and the others knew of the destruction realm teleportation scouting and other techniques. That was equivalent to having part of the perspective of a chaotic origin life form. And when a true high-graded chaotic origin life form looked at a world, it would be like looking at an enormous painting. Everything could be seen clearly on the painting. This conversation continued for more than 2 hours. Even when the other 4 cities knew that nine-headed snake ancestor had become a chaotic origin life form, they were similarly excited. They also relied on communication treasures to ask some questions. Nine-headed snake ancestor could only answer part of the questions. Because he had just become a chaotic origin life form, everyone's conversations were mostly about cultivation. He's here. Nine-headed snake ancestor looked up. One could see a light flashing in the sky. A red-nosed old man appeared above Scarlet Cloud City. This red-nosed old man had a wine gourd by his waist. He stepped on the void as he descended. Sweeping his gaze across, it caused the consciousness of all cultivators below to slow down. They could not hear any sound at all. Nine-headed. The red-nosed old man walked to the side of nine-headed snake ancestor. The surrounding cultivators could only see him. They could not hear his voice. I am a patrol from the 7th region under the Overlord, Scarlet Peak Taoist. The red-nosed old man chuckled. You could fuse 10 different bloodlines into your body. You could even fuse them into a brand new bloodline, becoming a brand new chaotic origin life form. Currently, many chaotic origin experts who know of this are filled with admiration for you. Your understanding of this bloodline is definitely deep, and it is possible for you to become a world realm chaotic origin life form in the future. I have just broken through. I am still far from reaching the world realm. Nine-headed snake ancestor said, Our overlord is the last one to break through out of the 8 overlords. But he is incredibly powerful. His might has shaken many territories. Currently, the overlord thinks highly of you. He even asked me to bring you over to meet him. The red-nosed old man said, I'll have to trouble you, patrol. Nine-headed snake ancestor said, You can just call me Scarlet Peak. The red-nosed old man said, Given his identity as a patrol, most high-graded chaotic origin life forms would disdain him. But nine-headed snake ancestor was different. He had great potential. That was why he treated him politely. Old brother Scarlet Peak. Nine-headed snake ancestor was relatively humble. Go, go, go. The red-nosed old man waved his hand before bringing along nine-headed snake ancestor. They tore through the sky and left this sacred world in a flash. Only after that red-nosed old man and nine-headed snake ancestor left did Dongbua Ying and the others once again hear the surrounding noises. Only then did their slowed consciousness return to normal. All of them looked up in the direction where the red-nosed old man and nine-headed snake ancestor left. Everyone understood that nine-headed snake ancestor would be entering a brand new world. That was the world of chaotic origin experts. Chapter 1380. I've finally seen someone jump out of the cage and become a chaotic origin life form. Amidst the crowd, Dongbua Ying felt his heart surging. In his hometown origin world, in the realm heart great land, in the lightning world, and even in this sacred world, he had never personally witnessed anyone becoming a chaotic origin life form. The difficulty of becoming a chaotic origin had even made Dongbua Ying feel an unseen pressure. But now, a cultivator who once fought alongside him and even asked him for help, nine-headed snake ancestor, succeeded. He had become a chaotic origin life form. Excitement, envy, and fighting spirit. He was extremely excited. Becoming a chaotic origin life form. Even someone who harvested external bloodlines could achieve the ultimate awakening. I don't believe I can't do it. Great Emperor North River was similarly filled with fighting spirit. He immediately turned around and rushed back to his cavern dwelling. As long as I reach Brother Nine-Headed's previous level of strength, there should be hope for ultimate awakening. Among the top powerhouses, a group of people who cultivated the power of bloodlines also saw their goal. Before this, they were already close to Castellan Nine-Headed's abilities. They just needed to increase their abilities by a little more. Although it was still difficult, at least there was hope. Brother Nine-Headed has used the bloodline of Quiet Icy Mountain Master to lead the other 9 bloodlines to the ultimate awakening, creating a brand new chaotic origin race. Similarly, Weatherleaf's eyes emitted an astonishing radiance. If he can open up a new path, I, Weatherleaf, will one day be able to break through it with my own strength. He has 9 heads. He has climbed up step by step from being immortal. He does not have any chaotic origin bloodlines. Instead, he took the initiative to collect chaotic origin bloodlines and fuse them into his body, allowing all 10 bloodlines to undergo an ultimate awakening. I am the strongest descendant of old ancestor and have received much nurturing. I merely have a single chaotic origin bloodline, and the cultivation resources I have are much better than Nine-Headed. I do not believe I can't awaken it. Wu Xiao similarly turned around and left. All of a sudden, many cultivators were comparing themselves with Castellan Nine-Headed, feeling that they had at least seen their target. All of them were burning with an unprecedented fighting spirit. Indeed, over the long period, many of them had become timid. They were no longer confident of becoming a chaotic origin life form. This was because he had seen too many peerless geniuses, but none of them were more heaven-defying than him. Naturally, he lacked confidence. Now that he had seen a success, his mentality was different. In the following days, not only Scarlet Cloud City, but the cultivators in the other 4 colonies were also very excited. Monarch Feishue, I am currently building a team to kill the chaotic origin prisoner's transient Light River Master. I am sincerely seeking your help to join my team. With you around, our chances of success will increase by more than 10 times. Just tell us whatever conditions you need. It is extremely important to my ultimate awakening. I do hope for Monarch Feishue to help me. If I could become a chaotic origin expert, I'll definitely repay you, Monarch Feishue. If there's no special reason, I won't be going to any other gathering places for the time being. Dongwu Shui-ing replied. We can come and pick you up. No need. My ultimate awakening requires this chaotic origin prisoner bloodline. Dongwu Shui-ing completely ignored him. There was no other way. There were simply too many who invited him to kill chaotic origin prisoners. The success of City Master Nine-Headed had made many bloodline lineage cultivators feel that the bloodline of a high-graded chaotic origin life form that was similar to theirs should be of great help to their ultimate awakening. Everything in the world was fair. Dongwu Shui-ing ignored all the shouts of, that is something I urgently need to become a chaotic origin expert, and I'll definitely repay you. Because an absolute majority of cultivators desired to get the corpse of a chaotic origin prisoner. Even Dao cultivators could use it to comprehend and cultivate. But as long as the conditions were enticing enough, Dongwu Shui-ing was still willing to help. Over the next 50 billion years or so, he had accepted 6 invitations consecutively. 3 of them were from other gathering places. These 6 times, he went out to deal with chaotic origin prisoners. Of the 6 missions, he succeeded twice. The fall of Quiet Icy Mountain Master seemed to have caused an uproar among the prisoners across the entire sacred world. After all, there were very few chaotic origin prisoners, just a few dozen. The death of one startled the others. They thought of ways to investigate and understand the terrifying soul technique of Monarch Feishue. Under their vigilance, these chaotic origin prisoners became incredibly vigilant. Out of the 6 missions, 4 of them ended in failure. The chaotic origin prisoner had fled close to his territory and was strong enough that the cultivators could not kill him. They were forced to give up. But no matter what, adding up Quiet Icy Mountain Master, they had killed 3 chaotic origin prisoners. This success rate was still incredibly high. Hence, there were still many who invited Dongwu Shui-ing. Scarlet Cloud City, within the cavern dwelling. Dongwu Shui-ing was currently in the underground palace. His body was faintly translucent. A layer of water droplet layer had appeared on the surface of his body. This protective layer was made up of droplets of water. The water droplets were constantly rolling about, perfectly protecting every part of his body. If one were to magnify it by 1,000,000,000 times, one would discover that this water droplet was actually space that was constantly changing. Xiao. Dongwu Shui-ing moved. His body instantly arced through the sky. Sila, the layer of water droplets that covered the surface of his body started to circulate. It was incomparably sharp, as if it could cut through anything. The speed at which Dongwu Shui-ing flew through the sky was frighteningly fast. It was at least twice as fast as when he used the Void Devil Insect Body technique. Dongwu Shui-ing stopped at the other end of the underground palace. Xiao. He was constantly moving within the underground palace. From one location to another, the water droplet layer on his body cut through all obstacles. My speed is indeed much faster. Dongwu Shui-ing stopped and revealed a joyous look. In terms of speed, I should be ranked around the top 10 in the entire Scarlet Cloud City. In Scarlet Cloud City, some cultivators had bloodlines that specialized in speed. They were even faster than Weatherleaf, Wuxiao, and Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor in the past. Dongwu Shui-ing's current speed was ranked around the top 10 in the Scarlet Cloud City, which was filled with experts. That was already terrifying. This is the move that Quiet Icy Mountain Master used when he risked his life in the past. Dongwu Shui-ing nodded. After researching his corpse for so long, I have finally deduced this secret technique. Just like how he deduced the first and second Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm killing technique from the mysterious eye of the thousand-eyed existence. Innate chaotic origin life forms dug out the power of their bloodline. Their bodies would become stronger too. For instance, their bodies would become bigger. Furthermore, their bodies would transform and reveal more laws and profound mysteries. Some of the secret techniques they dug out could be observed from the structure of their bodies. Because they were ultimately not like Tao cultivators who completely grasped the laws and profound mysteries. Instead, they dug out the power of their bloodline. They could execute the techniques, yet they did not know the essence. The secret techniques they executed had been dug out from their bloodline. Hence, they would naturally appear in their bodies. Dongbua Shui Ying and the others researched the internal structure of the corpse. Instead, they used the laws and profound mysteries they grasped to create similar simplified secret techniques. Secret techniques? Many secret techniques were actually the process of increasing one's strength. It was also the process of accumulating one's foundation. For instance, when Dongbua Shui Ying created the third Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm Killing Technique, his soul had undergone a metamorphosis. This water droplet technique has been completed. Next, I should research on the void freezing technique. Dongbua Shui Ying once again immersed himself in his research. There were many profound mysteries on the body structure of quiet, icy mountain master. In the eyes of Dongbua Shui Ying, the most terrifying techniques were the water droplet technique and void freezing technique. The water droplet technique could protect his body. It could greatly increase his survivability. On the other hand, it could increase his flying speed. Dongbua Shui Ying naturally focused on comprehending this secret technique. And the other secret technique, the void freezing secret technique, had once caused Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor to feel his voice disappear. He even felt cold, causing his thoughts to slow down by a beat. Comparatively speaking, this technique was even more mysterious and unpredictable. It's just that quiet icy mountain master could only use this technique once. After that, he could not continue using it for a long period. This secret technique was extremely strenuous for the quiet icy mountain master, who was being suppressed by the restriction. And the difficulty of grasping it was much higher. Void freezing? Dongbua Shui Ying immersed himself in it. In the entire sacred world, the cultivators in the 5 assembly grounds were fervently cultivating. They wanted to become the second Nine-Headed Snake Ancestor to become a chaotic origin expert. Sea of Abyss at the seabed. That towering figure sat cross-legged at the seabed. His body was too huge. Extending both of his hands, he could envelop the entire Sea of Abyss. The Sea of Abyss was too small for him to use as a bathtub. Wang wang wang. The shackles on his body suddenly emitted a golden light. Many golden inscriptions lit up on the shackles. Some of the shackles that were originally firmly connected to the seabed loosened. They floated in the air, yet the light they emitted was brightening. Oof! A pained grunt. The Sea of Abyss master abruptly opened his eyes. His eyes were dark and cold. Finally, it is time for me to patrol? The eyes of the Sea of Abyss master were filled with a strand of excitement. Being the most terrifying prisoner in the entire sacred world. The various punishments and restrictions on his body were much stronger too. Like other chaotic origin prisoners, they could patrol at any time. But only the Sea of Abyss master was restricted. He could not even stand up. He could only sit cross-legged. Only when the shackles separated from the seabed would he be able to leave the Sea of Abyss. So painful. The body of the Sea of Abyss master was trembling. This pain was intensifying. It was forcing him to leave the Sea of Abyss. He could only patrol. Only when he was further away from his territory would the pain lessen. Damn overlords, you are forcing me. You will regret this. You will regret this. The Sea of Abyss master abruptly stood up. The moment he stood up, it caused the entire Sea of Abyss to tremble, causing huge waves to form. Hong Long, when the towering Sea of Abyss master stood up, the entire vast deep abyss siege began plummeting. Both his legs were stepping on the seabed. As he stood there, the sea level merely reached the waist of the Sea of Abyss master. He raised his head and let out a furious roar. Hong Long Long, this terrifying sound wave caused the sky above the Sea of Abyss to tremble. The membrane shattered, revealing many fine shackle-like inscriptions. They are tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.